Everyone is doing great today. Are you excited? I'm excited. We're going to do this. I'm going to share my screen here and get us all set up and ready. We have a little welcome question, but it is nice to virtually see you all. I'm excited for today. It's going to be amazing. We are going to get started here together. And here we go. So if we could start with a little bit of a warm-up question just to see how we are doing, what's going on. Okay, so let's all get started here on this question. You can scan it or you can enter that code. We'll be using this Mentimeter link the whole time, and it'll always be the same code. So if you have it up in another tab, or if you have it pulled up on your phone or something like that, it'll always be our same code. So this is just a little question to get us started. I'm going to get over. So what are 3 words we'd use to describe our mood today? Someone said dying inside. Oh, no. Okay. And so the larger the word with this word cloud, the more people are saying it. So our big word right now is nervous, but we're going to get some more words in there. Okay. Okay. The anxious is getting really big. Stressed, scared, tired. Happy is pretty big. I'll take it. Stressed and nervous and anxious. Okay. Keep going there. And the join code is right up top. If you just joined us, menti.com, and use that code. And again, we will be using that link the whole time. If you just have that up, you'll be able to answer all of our questions. And we're hoping, of course, by the end of our CRAM today, that we will be less nervous, less stressed, less scared, and maybe that happy will be even larger. That's our goal. Okay, I'm going to give everybody another 30 seconds, minute, till it's exactly 5, and then we'll get started. But again, I'm hoping if we were to do this at the end, that this will change, that our kind of nerves are a little bit satiated and we feel a little bit better. Uh-oh, I see excited is kind of big. I'll take it. Tired, scared, happy. Okay. Freaking out, I just saw pop up. Okay, so I'm glad exciting is getting bigger, and it's okay to feel nervous and stressed. It's a lot. And we have a long session today, but again, my goal with you guys is to help you feel even less stressed, even less nervous, even just a little bit. But hopefully you walk away from today feeling amazing and feeling even more prepared than you were before. Okay, so we're going to get rolling here. So again, if you see on top here that menti.com with the code, it will be that same code for all of the questions that we do. And everything that we've got going on. So I'm going to walk us through here. Actually, I lied to you. I forgot we have got one more question. So if you are typing in your word cloud stuff, I hate to take you away from that, but I'm going to go forward. I'm sure what you had to say was amazing, but I'm going to go forward. Okay, so I want you to rank this one. And again, rank where you truly feel right now. And then I want to see maybe how this changes at the end of our session. And hopefully it's going to be just higher than you started. That's our main goal. We just want to be higher than we started. Okay, again, same code. If you're on the screen, it should just be the next question. Keep answering there. It looks like we're hovering around 5. So pretty average. Okay. All right, looks like it jumped down a little bit. Okay, 5. All right, we're hovering in the middle. So our goal at the end of the session is to be even just slightly higher than 5 or 4.9. Maybe even in the 7s, the 8s even. Anything that's a little bit higher. Okay, not bad. So we are going back to our slides here. So here we are. It's the day. We are at the finale. It's very exciting. We've got a lot to do. So we're going to jump right in, and I'll give you kind of an overview of our format and how this will look for you guys. Okay, we did that one. All right, so what we're going to do. So for each unit, we are going to do what we call a quick hitter. So a summary, as quick as we can, a summary of the essential content from each unit. So it will be shorter than what we did in our regular streams in previous units, but we want to make sure we still give a quick summary of the most need-to-know topics within that unit. At the end of each unit, we're going to have an FRQ practice. And so because of time, we're not going to have you do all of the parts of an FRQ. That would take way too long, but we're going to have you do a section of it, just so that we can practice, did my answers meet the exemplar answer, and am I on the right track? So we're going to try a section of the FRQ, and then we're going to look at our amazing TA, Harrison. He gave us a really great exemplar example. So you'll be able to compare your response to his, see what I've gotten the points for it. We are going to schedule in some breaks. I know this is a long one, don't you worry. We'll have breaks between most of our units. And then we'll have some do's and don'ts, some general tips, and some things to do on test day at the end there. So we are going to just jump right in, and we are going to start with Unit 1. So for Unit 1 in particular, right here, there's not really a lot of FRQs that have questions that are only about Unit 1, because the point of Unit 1 is you are learning skills and you are building your toolkit in order to apply that to the rest of the topics that come up. So all of these skills and concepts that you're learning are going to allow you to answer the rest of the FRQs and the rest of the class with detail. And so we're not going to do an FRQ for this section, but we are going to practice some multiple choice at the end. So to start with our Unit 1, Thinking Geographically. So over on the right-hand side there is our 5 themes of geography. So we've got location, place, human-environment interaction, movement, and regions. So we'll be going into more detail for each of those, and all of those concepts you can apply to the rest of the class. Okay. So let's go through some basics. So here is another activity, maps, 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 I'm calling it. So what types of maps do geographers use? So what are some of the types of maps that come up in this class? So it's the same Menti code there if you're on that screen. Let's get a word wall going of all the different types of maps that we use in human geography. Okay, those are all lots and lots of maps. So I'm seeing some people putting projections, map projections, but hey, I suppose you're not wrong. That's a type of map. You got it. But we're also putting the political, graduated symbol, choropleth, thematic, isoline, cartogram, dot math. There's so many, but you guys are definitely on the right track. We have them all. Amazing. So many different types of maps. You are correct. So back to our maps here. So all of these different types of maps. So over to the right, those are kind of 5 of the ones that come up the most. So we've got our graduated symbol or proportional, the cartogram, isoline, choropleth, and dot map. Each of these can be used to analyze different trends, different ideas. You might use some in one context and then not in another, but just remembering what each of the types of maps are. And again, as we'll see in a moment here with our map distortions and our projections, all maps can be distorted to meet whatever end that you would like to meet. So I can sort of mold and interpret any map that I want depending on my agenda. So it can be used both for pros and cons in political geography, for population, for people studying population. I can manipulate the map to mean anything I want it to mean, depending on which type of map I use. Okay. So this is a great chart here of our different types of projections and their pros and cons. So the projection comes from taking a 3D Earth and making it 2D. So any way that we slice it, we're going to have some sort of distortion, or it's not going to look particularly accurate, because there really is no accurate way to take 3D and make it 2D. So looking at this chart here, it'd be good to remember the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages of each of the 3 types of maps. So for our top one there, that one is used, the Mercator map is used for navigation. That's the one you're probably used to seeing mostly, especially in science classes and global classes. So those are our latitude and longitudes, but then it gets distorted at the poles. Peters, the land masses are accurate, but the shapes are strange, especially at the poles. And then the last major one that comes up there is our Robinson map. No real distortion. It looks a little bit more like a globe, but area, shape, and size are all slightly distorted. So that one is usually a good map for everyday use, depending on what you're using them for. So it's just an overall chart there of the pros and cons of all of the types of projections. Again, remembering that none of them are ideal, none are perfect. So we have our geographical data. What kind of data comes up that I can analyze and use to understand what I'm looking at, and maps and layers? So I can use GIS, or a geographical information system. And for this types of data, I can layer different data. I could layer elevation with housing types, with income, with ethnicity if I wanted to make some crazy map that showed me at what elevation do different ethnicities live. You could do anything. You can layer tons of different data, and this is awesome to interpret a multi-level area or an idea. Our GPS, global positioning system, we use just for general directions, for latitude and longitude, and absolute location. And then lastly, our remote sensing is to get larger data, and to add remote sensing data to a GIS as well. You can kind of use all of them in tandem. So those are our geographical datas. Okay. And then we've got some spatial concepts. So how can I interpret what I'm looking at? What does some of these distance means? And how can I interpret maps and these larger concepts? So our first one up there is the idea of distance decay, which basically means that the farther you get away from a hearth, the less you are affected by something, or the less it matters to you. So the farther I am away from a central idea or trend or concept, the less influence it has over me. And then time-space compression is sort of the opposite, where it's the idea that with technology, the ability for us to communicate quickly across the world with different ideas is decreasing. So I don't have to wait a super long time to get ideas or trends or fashion ideas or foods. Thanks to technology and the internet and TV, it's all coming at me really quick. And then below there, we have our absolute and relative location. So 2 different ways of understanding a space. Absolute location is going to be giving me an exact direction, telling me exactly what I want. One second here. And then we have relative location, which is going to be telling me relative to something else. So I'm going to pause here for a moment. We have Amanda, the founder, coming in to discuss the contest with you guys.
What's up, AP Human Geo? This is like one of my all-time favorite classes. Don't tell the other subjects I said that. But I used to teach AP Human Geo, so that was my jam. I wanted to come through and say, hey, I know you guys are right in Unit 1, so I don't want to disrupt too much. I know you got a lot to cover before your test tomorrow, but just real quick, I'm thinking about y'all today and tomorrow. I'm actually going to help a little bit in the discussion threads below. So any questions that you have while the stream is happening, make sure to pop them in the discussion thread, and I'm going to be answering a few on my own too, to see if I can remember the facts. And so if you need any tech help, just make sure to use the chat and not the discussion thread, and one of our success folks will help you out. But more importantly, I have a quick little reminder and announcement, maybe if you don't know about this. We're going to be actually giving away $100 on our social media contest. And you as human geography students that are cramming tonight can enter. So at some point in these 5 hours, it's a long time, take a little break and post about your experience on TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram. You could make a meme. You could show what your workspace looks like. You could, post something that is, poking a little fun at College Board for this nonsense of a year. Whatever it is, just make sure to hashtag YesWeCram and with Fiveable, and one of our student interns that is actually going to be choosing the winner tonight. So the more likes you get, the funnier it is, the more we just are like, that is so accurate on what the AP experience is like, then you could win. And that $100 will essentially cover your AP exam. So that's our way of giving you a little bit of, confidence boost in that. So we're really excited to see your submissions. So don't forget to do that before 9 p.m. tonight, because last year, we got some really amazing posts, and our actual social interns were hired from that. So if you're really good at social, this is a really good chance for you. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna let you get back to human geography, and I know you got a whole bunch of units left, and maybe for you, this is your first AP exam, maybe for many of you. And so just know that no matter what, the first test is always the hardest, and then you get through it, right? Like you're just learning what this experience is like, and you've done all this work up until now, and you got this. You're here, you're cramming, we got you. So take a deep breath, and let's get back to the cram. Erica, back to you.
I'm going to switch us here. All right, here we go again. We left off with our spatial concepts. So we just talked about absolute and relative location, remembering what each of them is, and distance decay and space-time compression. Awesome job. Okay, moving on. So human environment interaction, we have our two kind of theories about how humans interact with the environment around them. So the main difference between the two is one theory, and the older theory there believes that the environment determines what humans do. So it's the environment that starts it, and humans just do their best to adapt. It determines how a society will develop. Where in this new theory says we can actually have a little bit more interaction with our environment. We don't have to just do one thing depending on where we live. So we can adapt with our technology and our culture. It doesn't determine exactly what's going to happen. There is still a possibility of change. So anything is possible. So one of them, again, believes the environment tells you exactly what your society is going to be like. And the other one says, well, maybe not. Maybe there's still possibility and flexibility. Okay. And our part here, scales of analysis. This is a big one. And this comes up about what vantage point or what perspective are you viewing the question, the concept, the map, anything like that. What are we actually viewing it from? And what kind of scale do I want to apply? So we've got global scale. And this is going to be very important with our FRQs. Looking at the way the question asks. So depending on what the question is asking me to do, I probably want to use a different scale. So a global scale is for worldwide global events. I might be comparing bigger, much larger regions or even continents. If I'm looking at a national scale, I'm probably looking at one state or one country. If I'm looking at a regional scale, maybe I'm zooming in a little bit and looking at a particular area. And then my local scale, extra zoomed to look at a city or maybe even a county. So I just want to make sure I keep these in mind when I'm answering FRQs so that I am answering the question appropriately. I definitely don't want to be talking about the world when a question is asking me about the local scale or vice versa. So I want to make sure I'm answering the question with the way that it's actually asked and paying attention to what scale am I actually looking at. Okay, our regions, which is a way of us interpreting what we are looking at. And so I want to make sure on a regional analysis that I know what I'm looking at. So we've got 3 types of regions. We have our formal region, functional, and perceptual or vernacular. Depends on who you ask. You could use either one. And so I'm going to go to the next one here with some examples. So our formal region is going to be a region with actual formal boundaries. So state lines, country borders, something that can actually be assessed. City boundaries, something like that. Functional region it has a specific function. So that might be what electricity company you use or what watershed your water comes from. TV markets, your local cell phone providers. I'm in New York City over here, and our big functional map or functional region is the New York City subway system. So each of these regional maps functionally ties back to a service or to a system. And then the vernacular or the perceptual one, I always think of this one as sort of the made up one. It's not actually real, but it's a way that people see where they live. So I'm sure you've seen the example of when people say the South, or the Midwest. We all kind of have a different version of what states actually fall in there. It could also be like a sports team. So Milwaukee, it's like, I don't know, Packer country. My brother lives in Milwaukee. I went to school there, so I understand Packer country. But that could be vernacular or perceptual. Those are our regions. And again, this gives us a different scale of analysis to apply to a different question. So if I'm looking at a formal, functional, or vernacular region, that would change the way that I'm answering a question. All right, we are going to do some multiple choice practice because like I had mentioned, there isn't that many FRQs that are specifically Unit 1. So we're going to do about 5 of them. I'm going to go over here one at a time. So we are going to get started here once this loads for us. Whoa, all of you guys are playing. It assigned cute little characters to you. Apparently my internet is slow. Okay, what map would have the smallest scale? So look at your phone or look at your computer there. So what map has the smallest scale? Okay, the results must pop up when the time is done because otherwise it looks like no one answered, but I highly doubt that no one's answering. So I guess we'll see in 34 seconds what this looks like. What map would have the smallest scale? So remember with scale, if you haven't answered already, that the smallest scale is the opposite amount of space. So small scale, large area. Large area, small scale. So if you haven't already answered, that might have been a good clue. World, exactly. You guys. Oh, continent, I didn't even see it. Oh my gosh, what a sneaky little one. It's supposed to be world, but continent just snuck up on there. Well, ignore that. You guys are right with world. I chose the wrong correct answer. Well, 84 of you are correct. You are right. It's world. So the larger the amount of area being covered, the smaller the scale. So ignore that continent. I don't even know why I put that on there. All right, next. Question 2. Perceptual region is another term for a probably didn't need a minute for this one because you definitely know the answer. But hey, you got a lot of time to give us the right answer. Well, we are right on schedule, so we are going to wait those 23 seconds out. Maybe someone is thinking very hard for this one, but it's okay. We're good to go so far. I'm crossing my fingers. I didn't mess this one up. I clearly can't be trusted. Whoa, we got about almost 500 answers. It's amazing. Yes. All right. And I didn't mess that one up. Phew. And 420 of us got that one right. Awesome job. So perceptual and vernacular, same idea. Okay, hopefully question 3 is a good amount of time. So which globe projection is pictured? So of the main ones that we talked about perhaps, or maybe even a sneaky other one that I didn't explicitly explain, which one is that? We also gave you lots of time for these questions, I'm realizing. Oh, well. We are figuring out our answers. Unit 2 and 3 are much longer anyway. Okay, 23 seconds. What type of projection is that? And so you're looking for, do I notice any distortion? Is there anything on there that might give me a clue about what type of map or projection I am looking at, depending on the shape, the size, the distortion? Gail Peters. That's a sneaky one there. Maybe put that one in the comments. That one was a little bit tricky because we did not talk about that one. It's kind of a trick there, an unintentional trick. It's because I didn't mention it. I just wanted to make sure I did talk about it even one time. That would be a good one for the chat if you're having that on the website there. We can explain what that one is. Which of the following is not true about scale? Okay, this one is a good amount of time because we have 53 seconds left. Which one is not true? In 30 seconds. I see so many answers coming in. Amazing. Ten seconds. Yes, okay. So again, large scale is a small area. So this is not true because a large scale map would cover a small amount of space. So a city or a county. A map that covers a globe or the world would be a small scale. All right. Okay, we have 2 more multiple choice for Unit 1. The acquisition of data about Earth's surface from a satellite orbiting, I meant to say planet, not plant. I would imagine you knew that. Who knows? Maybe there's a floating plant in outer space. Let's ignore that. Or another long distance method. So what is that called? The acquisition of data about Earth's surface from a satellite orbiting the planet, or another long distance method. Now I'm picturing like a fern or some sort of flower just orbiting the Earth. Okay, 15 seconds. Remote sensing, yes, that is the one that is using satellite data to then send some of that information back to be used by some of the other services, specifically like the GIS. Okay. Alrighty, last one here. What type of map is shown below? What type of map is that? We've got dot distribution, chloropleth, graduated symbol, isoline, and topographic. Okay, 15 seconds. Looks like we've got almost 500 people responding. That's amazing. I don't know what these percentages are, I wonder, but it's showing us something. Yes, we know our chloropleth maps. Great job. That's the one with the different kind of gradients of color. Awesome. Okay, we are back. So we already did Unit 1. We're already on 2. Time is flying. So we're not going to have a break for this one because Unit 1 was a little bit shorter, but we will have a break in between Units 2 and 3. All right, so we are going to be talking about population and migration because both of those topics are technically under Unit 2. So population and migration. All right, so our first one, just because this concept comes up a lot, is different types of densities and how I can analyze the population density at different scales, at different levels, depending on what I'm looking for. So we have agricultural ones, looking at farmers. We have the idea of arable land and the division of the amount of people divided by the amount of land that's actually available to grow food on. So this does connect to the agriculture unit a little bit later on, but this is also just kind of a tool for us to analyze different things within population. So we've got just the general arithmetic density. That top one is also known as arithmetic or arithmetic density, where it's just the number of people divided by the square footage of the country. Then we have the one where it is the amount of people divided by the arable land, and then just the amount of farmers per farmland. So each of these is going to give us different information. We can use each of them to analyze different trends, and it can tell us interesting things depending on which one we're looking at. So a country might have a high agricultural density, but a low arithmetic density or something like that. And those could mean very different things. So these are just some scales and some tools that we'll use to go forward. All right, one of the other main ideas in the beginning of our population unit is the idea of carrying capacity, which connects to Mathis, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The idea that there might be a tipping point for the Earth itself, that there might be a time where our natural resources and the way that we use our environment is going to overtake the population. And so this idea of carrying capacity is how much that we think the Earth can support and how much that our planet can support us. So we've got time with population size, and up top there is what they believe our carrying capacity is. And if our population is growing at the rate it was growing, we would have reached this sort of by now, but you can still see we're very close. Okay, so next is our we know them, we love them. It's our population pyramids. You have seen these a million times. And so what we're going to be talking about briefly is knowing what to look for. When I look at a population pyramid, of course, I could just read the actual little numbers there and I can look at the data, but I want to be able to recognize what is going on with the country just by glancing at the shape of our population pyramid. So I want to notice if it's more rectangular shaped, what does that mean? Or if it's kind of like that chart number 4 there, where it's wider on the top versus the bottom, what do these things mean? And we also want to be thinking about kind of abnormalities, I guess you'd call it. So what could I understand about a location if it looks like chart 6 does down there, where there's a huge amount of males in a specific age group? What could that tell me about what that city is like or what that country is like, what might be going on in that area, just by glancing at the shape? And so we know our population pyramids in a very basic way show us the age structure and sex ratio at a different region, depending on what I'm looking at. And I can look at it as a country or even as a city. And I can also see several years of data like you're seeing in the image there. So I can look at how one has changed over time and predict what stage of the DTM model it's in and what just might be coming next in terms of population growth for that country. So we're going to look here at the shapes so we can start recognizing what is going on for each shape. So we have all the way from growing, rapid growth, to growing, to slow growth, to almost stagnant or no growth. And again, you'll see in a second here, this links very clearly to the DTM models. So stage 1 population pyramid looks like a traditional pyramid, more of a triangle, where it's widening on the bottom, a very young population growing pretty rapidly. Stage 2, very traditionally triangular, still rapid growth. Stage 3, the growth is declining a little bit. It gets more sort of rectangular, I guess you'd say. And stage 4, you can actually start to see it kind of bend in along the bottom, which is where the younger or youth population is. And this could be stable growth or even kind of negative growth. And if this kept going longer, I'd imagine stage 5, if we believe that is or is not a stage, would probably look even more narrow at the bottom and wider on the top. And those are the general shapes. Of course, there's always a lot of anomalies, especially within the sex ratios, but these are the general shapes. Okay. So again, here are some examples of what rapid growth, slow growth, and negative growth could look like. We're seeing the triangular shape versus the kind of rectangle versus the one where it's a little bit wider on the top. Kind of it's starting to somewhat look like an inverted triangle. And again, just by glancing at that, I can sort of tell what the growth rate is going to be for that country, regardless of what country it is. Okay. So here is some of our population data. This unit has so many acronyms. So remembering what is what and how you calculate each one of them is important. I'm sure you can figure out all of the acronyms, but there is a lot of them. So I would say that we have the NIR, so the natural increase rate, and we're going to look at the DTM model in a second to look at those factors depending on what stage you're in. We have the crude birth rate, death rate, population doubling time, our fertility rate, infant mortality, and the dependency ratio. And so all of these variables and indicators can tell us so much about what's going on in the country. It can indicate levels of development. It can indicate levels of gender and female empowerment, education, industry, jobs, so many things we can figure out by looking at some of these numbers. Healthcare, sanitation, these can all tell us something. So these are our indicators for population. And here is our classic, we know and we love it, we do. This is our classic DTM model. So again, stage 5, depending on who you talk to, might be kind of a maybe or a question mark, but you do see it sometimes listed on the chart. For the most part on the test, I probably, unless it explicitly talks about stage 5, I probably wouldn't put that as an answer because I don't think it's officially recognized by all parts. So I would not answer with the stage 5 unless it's specifically talked about. But it is hypothetical or theoretical at this point. And so knowing just the major changes in between each stage, so we know what is going on at each stage, is what you'll kind of want to remember from this chart. By no means do you need to memorize all of the data or the countries, but what is important is to remember, how does one go from one stage to the next? So looking at stage 1, what made countries go from stage 1 to stage 2? The Industrial Revolution. Why did we go from stage 2 to stage 3? Education of women. And so knowing what is going on in each stage, but also how did we change stages? And lastly, we do want to remember that there are no countries in stage 1. So we're never going to be talking about stage 1 unless it's hypothetical. And we're not really talking about stage 5 unless it's also hypothetical. So knowing where is our natural increase rising, birth rate, and death rate. Those are the 3 lines on my chart. The blue one, population. We've got the death rate and the birth rate. I'm sure you've seen this chart a million times, but those would be the things I would say to remember. And lastly, to keep looking at it, but slightly different angle, is our ETM model. So this one looks at the diseases and the causes of death that are going on at each stage of the DTM. So they're very linked to what's going on in the other model. The main difference here is that as people live longer, they get different types of diseases that only come from when you're older. So stage 4 there, where we have very high life expectancy, I have people getting diseases like Alzheimer's and dementia that we really only have if you're older. Stage 1, then in the reverse, they are getting diseases that come from lack of sanitation. Sort of same with stage 2, stage 3, people are living a little bit longer, so we're getting kind of middle of the road versus delayed degenerative. So I always think the ETM model has a lot more to do with life expectancy. The older you are, the different types of diseases your country would have. And then again, stage 5 isn't really a thing, but if it was, it could be a super germ, who knows? All right. So next is we have our friend Mathis and his theories about overpopulation. And so if we remember, his main idea is that there will reach a time where the population is going to outweigh the speed of food production. So if you look at the graph there, over there on the right, we can see that the population is at some point going to outpace what Mathis thought is the ability to produce food. He thought one was algebraic and one was geometric. And he thought at that critical point, which is circled there, that would kind of spell chaos for humanity and war and famine, etc. But a big thing too to remember is that he did have this theory a very long time ago. So he could not have predicted even fertilizer or agricultural technology or GMOs or the way that we distribute food. All of these things he could have never really predicted. So the critics of Mathis say our food production is actually keeping pace with our population. So we're going to be fine. And as the critics say, even if we keep amending what we do and we're getting better at making food, it's still never going to catch up to our population growth. So who knows? I guess time will tell. Okay, so some of our population policies. So depending on what a country is looking to achieve. And this has a lot to do with those population pyramids to some extent. So if a country is a traditional pyramid shape, they already have a very high population growth, they might want to slow it down. So they might be using what we call antinatalist policies, which is to slow population growth. If a country wants to encourage more population growth, they'd be using pronatal policies. And these would be some of our aging or our graying countries that are wider on the top that might want to encourage population growth. And so to do either of these policies, you can use economic measures. You might either penalize population birth, or you could incentivize it. Money always works. Tax breaks, even providing either free daycare if you want to encourage population growth, make it easier for people to have children, longer maternity and paternity leave. And then kind of the reverse if you're trying to slow the growth rate down. And we know our popular example that does come up a lot in this class is the China one-child policy. And we're seeing sort of the long-term effects of how that policy has kind of came out in action. And our last part here not last part, but the other additional angle for demographic change and population growth is women. So long story short, the more educated women are with sexual education and birth control and family planning resources, the less children that they usually have. And so that is obvious then when we start to look at population pyramids. The growth rate could significantly shrink if the women education is increasing. And so we've seen reduced fertility rates in many parts of the world in tandem with increased education and employment and healthcare. Okay. So our last little part of population here is looking at some of the kind of effects of these aging populations. So these would be the pyramids where it is wider on top, kind of the reverse triangle situation. So these are some of the consequences of an aging population. So we have some social consequences, economic and political. One of the big ones we see economically is a higher dependency ratio, meaning the burden falls even more so on the working age population, and it strains the system and the resources of that country. And so when we think about aging populations, the countries that somewhat come to mind, we do have the US. It's not as aging as others, but we have Japan, Russia, and Germany. Those usually come up when we're talking about these kind of graying or aging populations. Okay, so now we're going to look at migration, which is part of this unit 2, goes with our population. So looking at who is moving, why are they moving, and how might that also change and influence what these population pyramids are and what the growth rate of a country might be. So here are some of our causes of migration. And I have it listed there: cultural, demographic, economic, environmental, and political. Lots of reasons why someone might migrate. And we'll talk here in a second about the idea of the push-pull factors. And so we know a push factor is an influence that causes someone to leave their country. So what is going to push me out of my country? And a pull factor is what's going to attract me to another country. So push and pull factors. And all of these different factors, cultural and economic, environmental, political, those can all be both a push and a pull, depending on what you're looking at. So we can have one economic push that could be another country's economic pull. Just depends on what they're looking at. Okay. So types of migration we'll look at here. So this is a chart of all of the different types of migration, the types of movements that a person can do within countries and also internationally. So we have our transnational, which is movement across international borders. And within that, we can see if it's regional or internal or external. Internal is where I'm moving within a country. So I'm not necessarily going to another country, but I am moving maybe urban to rural, which you'll see later. Chain migration, when you are kind of following a chain of people that have already moved, perhaps. So my grandparents move, and then I move because they're already there. And then my uncle moves because we're already there, and we're all kind of connected. The step migration, kind of just like it sounds, people are moving in stages or in steps. Now we've got rural to urban, transhumanists, and we have the guest workers. So a person with temporary permission to work in another country. And so all of these movements can be reflected in population pyramids. And we can see countries, for example, with a large amount of guest workers. Their population pyramid can be kind of skewed, especially if it's in a specific city, as guest workers are normally younger and male. So if I'm looking at a population pyramid, it might look like there's a very strange amount of male 20-somethings just in this town. And that can usually be a result of guest workers or something like that. All right. Okay, next we will look at some of the laws of migration. So who moves and why do they move? And what are some of the rules that we can use to figure out who is coming and who is going? So here's some of our laws. The biggest one, most migrants only go a short distance. So there's this idea that migrants are largely from another country, but that's not actually true. Most migrants migrate internally. Most migrants are going to larger cities, or big cities, I'm sorry, especially if you've been traveling internationally, you're gonna end up at a larger city. Most migrants are adults. Families, it's just more complicated to move. And most international migrants are young males. These are just some laws or some kind of characteristics of who is migrating. Right? We will look at some of the consequences or effects of migrations and some of the historical causes of migrations. So one of the effects of migration right there is the brain drain. So the idea that the most educated and most skilled people and workers are leaving the countries. You can see over in that somewhat blurry map there, kind of the exchange that people are moving and coming and going and where the people are coming from. So you can look sort of in the US over there on the right, and you can see where are people coming from, who are our main migrants. And then we are look at the next one here about what are some historical migrations or recent migrations and the waves of immigration in the US as well. Okay. So these are some of our historical and recent migration streams. We have all of those waves of immigration on the second kind of line there and who was coming and where they were coming from. And then we can kind of see how that has changed throughout the years from the 1700s to the late 1900s. All right. Okay, so we are going to do our first FRQ here, or at least first portion of an FRQ. Here we go. So we are going to be looking at this big, long FRQ question. And so we are only going to be answering question D. And I'm going to put that up here on my screen in a moment because we certainly don't have time to go through A, B, C, and D. However, I do have on our slides, I am going to have the FRQ examples and for if you wanted to do the rest of the questions. So if you somehow had time and you wanted to try and answer the other ones, or if you are watching this on replay and you want to take a minute and try each question, we will have a rubric and some sample responses for all of those after we're done here. But we are explicitly going to work on D. And then you are going to compare your answer to our wonderful TA Harrison's answer, an exemplar answer. So you can see, am I on the right track? Did I put the right stuff? So I'm going to go to our next slide here. And again, that is the code as always. And I'm going to set our timer. You'll notice you do not have a lot of time. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time in general for these. We actually are somewhat ahead of schedule, so I might be able to give you a smidge more than 3 minutes, but we'll see how our progress is. So we have that up on the Mentimeter now. I'm going to start our timer. I may scoot it back a little bit, though, as we're working. We'll see. Okay. And as people start to answer, you'll be able to scroll to see all of the people's answers as they come. Again, there is so many of you that I wish I could give you feedback on every single answer you're writing, but we would be here all day, possibly forever. But we will show you again an example response so that you can see, at least for yourself, did I answer appropriately? You can also see there at the bottom of the slide, because we haven't talked about diffusion yet, I'm sure you've learned about it in class, but we haven't explicitly talked about it right here. So I did put the definition right at the bottom of the screen there in case you just didn't remember what that meant. So our question, explain the degree to which demographic patterns shown in the pyramid may result in relocation diffusion of cultural ideas and practices. On Mentimeter, I did attach the pyramid itself, so you should be able to see it. Again, there are so many answers that I wish I could go through each one of these and tell you how brilliant and amazing you all are. But alas, we do not have time for that. Over here, so we got about 53 seconds. I know that felt so short. Okay, about 22 seconds there. Give it your best answer, and then we will look at Harrison's response. Try and pause it before it makes probably a really, really loud sound. Pause. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Okay, so I see so many answers here. So over 200. So I'm going to leave this one up as you are answering. So if you really just want to try it again, you want to get your answer in there. But I am going to go over the results here, or the kind of example that Harrison gave us. So, oops, no, not a break. Don't get excited. We're almost there though, so close. Okay, so this is an example response from Harrison, our wonderful TA. I'm sure you've seen him all over Discord and in the other streams. So our question again is to explain the degree to which demographic patterns shown in the pyramid may result in relocation diffusion of cultural ideas and practices. So He said, many new male immigrants may introduce their own culture through relocation diffusion into new restaurants. So he's giving an example. We see this commonly in places like South Texas, where there are many locally owned Mexican-style restaurants opened by single immigrants that have moved from Central America to the US in search of more economic opportunities. These restaurants would clearly change the cultural practices of the area they will become the new culinary culture there. So he did a great thing here, and he included a really specific example. Examples are always what you want to include. That's awesome. But again, you could have said so many other things that it's hard to give you an exact rubric of what you should and shouldn't have said, because there's so many different examples that you could have mentioned. But what you definitely wanted to mention was relocation diffusion and exactly how that happens. So we know relocation diffusion is from people moving, relocating. So you wanted to make that clear that this diffusion is because people have moved from one country to another, which Harrison mentioned there when he talked about Central America to the US. He also made sure to talk about cultural ideas. So in this case, he talked about food, which is a big part of culture. And he connected all of that together there. So that's an awesome answer, Harrison. So we do have on the slides that if you want to look at later, we do have examples of answers for all the parts of those FRQs, but we just don't really have time to go over all of them now. But they are there if you wanted to go through the slides and try some of those questions for yourself. But we are officially here, though, to your lovely break. We have a 5-minute break. It's almost exactly 6, little before. So we will come back here at maybe 6:03. And let's get some very calm 5-minute music. Maybe get some water, get a snack, and we will start again. Okay, we are back. Hopefully you got a snack, some water, just moved around, moved your legs, anything like that. So we are back and we're going to jump in here to Unit 3, Culture. Oops. Oh, yeah. So these are the other FRQs. I'm not going to really posit those, but you do have access to the slide. So if you go back through that and you want to see if you try the other questions and you want to check your answers, you can do that with the attached slides. So Unit 3 here. So there is a lot going on in culture, but some of our main terms to start, we want to just know what is culture. So we've got shared practices, attitudes, and behavior in society. Got a cultural trait and a hearth. The hearth comes up a lot. So the hearth is what we call the origin of something. So it could be the origin of an idea, a trend, a practice, an innovation. So we're going to be looking at what these hearths are and what kind of diffusions that they've had throughout the world, and how do ideas and trends and religions and languages, how do those spread? Okay, so here are some different attitudes towards cultural difference. So we have relativism, the idea that a person's beliefs should be understood based on their own culture. So this would be through your own personal lens and through your own perspective, versus where the evaluation of another person's culture should be based on that person's own culture. So all the way around, I'm sorry. So ethnocentrism is that I might view something through a lens of my own culture. Relativism is I want to use somebody else's culture to view their habits and customs and ideas. So I just want to be aware of my own lens to make sure that I have the appropriate attitude to look at cultural differences. Okay, so here is another handy chart for us to remember the difference between pop and folk culture. This does come up a lot about the different ways they spread, the characteristics, and the origins. So we can see for pop culture is usually large, heterogeneous societies. They share habits despite lots of differences. The origins of pop culture is mostly in MDCs. And they diffuse rapidly thanks to technology. For our folk culture, we've got small, homogeneous groups, isolated, a very shared custom. Some of the origins of folk culture are sometimes anonymous, unidentified, and usually in LDCs. And these diffuse via relocation diffusion, so very slowly, from one person relocating to another location and taking their culture with them. So again, pop versus folk culture. Okay, going to look here at the cultural landscapes, which is the combination of physical and societal features that define a location. That chart there is of housing types, which is one part of the cultural landscape. So those are housing types in the US. You can see the dates along the bottom and how our housing types have changed. That is just an example of what a cultural landscape is. It is also often religious institutions, industry, agriculture, just general architecture spaces. So how does the physical environment mix with the cultural environment? And how does that shape how I view a location? Okay, so some of the patterns that we see in culture is we see that language, ethnicity, and religion, which are all parts of culture, can create certain factors that can kind of unite a country or divide the country. Centripetal, centrifugal. So we are looking at some of these forces and the way that they mix can create things that unite a country. So shared customs, shared ethnicity, shared languages. It can also then divide the country. If you have a multi-ethnic country, that can sometimes unite a country, it can sometimes divide a country. So these factors can unite or push a country apart. depending on how that country handles those differences. Okay, so now we'll finally get to types of diffusion. So if we didn't know what relocation diffusion was before, we will now. So here is a good flowchart I made of remembering the differences between the two. So under expansion diffusion, there are 3 different types. So with expansion diffusion, it spreads on its own, and it can spread those series of ways. With relocation diffusion, someone actually has to relocate and to take it with them. So for my expansion diffusion, I've got 3 different types. I've got contagious, where it would spread rapidly, an idea, a trait, an innovation, spread rapidly over an equal area. So everyone would be affected by it. It doesn't choose certain cities or certain people. Everyone could be influenced by an idea or a concept that spread contagiously. And I know the word contagious makes us think of like actual things that are contagious, like illnesses, but there's lots of other things that can be spread contagiously. So trends, fashion, movements, music, even like vocabulary can spread contagiously, depending on how quickly we are to adapt it and the way that it spreads. The second one there is a spread of an idea from people or places of power. So this is the kind of idea where things can spread leapfrog style, where maybe they go from large city to large city, and then maybe from those large cities to medium cities. And it's kind of leapfrogging or jumping over other areas. So it still spreads rapidly, but it's not going to spread to everyone equally. So it's different than contagious in that it isn't kind of equal opportunity. And then our last one there is stimulus. So it's the idea that we take something and it's slightly changed in order for it to be adapted. I kind of modify it to fit my environment. I think the example that I'm sure you guys always see is the McDonald's one, where the McDonald's in India has veggie burgers because they don't sell beef. So it's taking the general idea and changing it to modify it for my population. So those are all our types of diffusion. And remembering that there are 3 types of technically expansion diffusion and then just 1 of relocation. All right. So we'll look at some of the historical causes of diffusion. So why things have diffused historically: colonialism, imperialism, and trade. So with colonialism, the policy or practice of acquiring political control, occupying it, and exploiting it. So things just naturally diffuse this way when you take over another country and bring its settlers with you and or you occupy it. Imperialism, a policy of extending a country's power through diplomacy or military action. Again, you're still going to have a lot of interaction if you took over a country. And then just general trade. So the more that you interact and exchange ideas and goods, you end up sharing cultural traits as well. And ideas and characteristics end up diffusing over time. Okay, so these are historical causes of diffusion. Some contemporary causes, or kind of what is creating diffusion now, is much more based in technology and media and social relationships. So this is all just diffusing way faster. And so we are globalizing at a more rapid pace, and that's largely thanks to media and technology. So that connects back to that time-space convergence idea, where we're able to exchange ideas and goods way quicker thanks to the internet and to communication technologies. So within culture, we know that within culture, we have religion and language. So we will look at the diffusion of religion and language. Here is my language tree that we see in our textbooks a lot, looking at the diffusion of different types of languages. I just have labeled there kind of how to read those language families in this language chart, looking at the family versus the branch versus the group versus the language. It would be good to remember kind of what some of the larger branches are and the larger families, where English falls, where Mandarin falls, etc. And then looking at how some of these languages are linked to each other and how these languages are connected. Okay, I have a crazy detailed and very small, but it would be really great to screenshot. I know this is intense. Even putting this up, I bet everyone just heavy sighed. I can feel the heavy sigh from here, but it does have everything on one chart. So there's that. So looking at the diffusion of religion, we've got all of our major religions. We have the type. Is it ethnic or universal? Universalizing. We have the hearth. So where did it come from and how did it spread? We've got our areas of the world. So where are the majority of the followers of this religion? Our major branches, the name for their religious centers or sacred spaces, core beliefs, as well as holy books. So like I said, I know it's a lot, but again, it is just all on one page, which does seem nice at the end of the day to have it all on one page. Okay. All right, so we have another handy chart coming, but I'm going to leave this one up here for a moment. Again, this would be, I know you have access to the slides, but it might be a good one to screenshot or take a picture of. And our last part here is effects of diffusion. So when people and ideas and languages in particular are diffusing, or cultural ideas are diffusing, how do they mix with each other? So we'll look at the idea of acculturation, assimilation, multiculturalism, etc. Okay, I'm going to go past this slide, this glorious text-heavy slide. Okay, so our last part here is these are the ways that ideas and languages can diffuse and kind of the end result. So you'll see in that second column there, we have the primary culture and the secondary culture. So for example, in assimilation, I have the primary culture mixing with the secondary culture, but the end result is still just the primary. Kind of you're forcing people to adapt to the primary culture. The secondary culture is basically lost. And then you can see in the other examples there, we have the second one down, acculturation, where we have two cultures being there at the same time. We have the third one where both of those cultures mix and you end up with a third one, cool one. And then we have multiculturalism, where everybody's culture remains intact, freely existing with each other and interacting. So all of these can happen when we mix cultures and ideas and religions and all of those things there. Okay. So we are going to work on our next FRQ here. And so this one, like all of our FRQs, is multidisciplinary. So you'll see that what it's asking me is technically part of another unit, but the portion that you're answering has a lot more to do with culture. So if we look at our question here, it says in the 1990s, I can't speak, the central business and residential districts of the cities in the United States became the focus of a revitalization process. Discuss how each of the following has contributed to the revitalization process. And so we aren't answering A, B, and C because we haven't really reviewed those yet. I guess we have B. But we are going to be talking about a sense of place, which I'm going to put up the definition on the next slide. But what you're really thinking about here is how does revitalizing a central business district or a downtown, how can that contribute to a sense of place? Or how does the community and the culture of an area aid in this revitalization process of a downtown or a central business district? So if you look at the definition there of a sense of place is the identity or the culture of a location and a people who live there. So this one feels a little bit like, takes a minute to think about how you actually want to answer this. So this one will be a little bit of a challenge. I might end up giving you a couple more minutes, but let's see if we can figure out how should I even answer this question? What does it kind of want from me? So I'm going to start a timer, but then I might add a few more seconds here and there. And I'm going to go over to, oh, it says I have to reload. Hold on. I think it was just too many responses all at once, so it did not like it over here, but I'm going to reload this. So I should probably stop my timer. Okay, it's loading. I don't think it likes all of our responses. It was too much for it. Okay. Trying to get down here to the menu. It did not like all of those responses. But here we go. Okay. So discuss how sense of place has contributed to the revitalization process of the central business districts and residential districts in the recent decades. So now I'm going to kind of restart our timer. And again, this one might take you a second here to think about how should I start this question? How should I even be answering this? Why don't we get rolling? So again, this one is a little hard to know where to start. If you're kind of struggling with like, what do I even say? I get you. This is a hard one to start. I'm going to give you just a tiny bit more time. I'm just going to slide it back, give you extra like minute. If you're just not sure where exactly you should start. And then we will look at some good examples. All right, it's 182 of you that were answering it. So you guys knew where to start. Okay. Yeah, we're commenting there's a lot of sirens here. We're seeing the central business district over here, and I'm noticing my sense of place in New York here, just full of sirens. I could write about that. It's like about 21 seconds. Whoa, 293 of you have figured out a way to answer this one, which is very tough question. So that's amazing. 10 seconds. Okay, I'm going to pause it before we get another siren. We already have too many sirens. All right, so I think this one was particularly challenging. If you felt very stumped on kind of where to start, the phrasing of this one feels difficult, but what they actually want you to say will make sense once you see Harrison's example and some of the other examples. But it is kind of hard to know where to start and like how to connect all of these ideas. So again, we're looking at how does a sense of place contribute to the revitalization of a central business district or a downtown? And so let's look at Harrison's response here. So he said, with the revitalization of many decaying urban CBD areas came improvements in sense of place for many residents. In places like Detroit, which have been largely old industrial centers, new businesses like art galleries and theaters brought way to new emotions associated with people living in or visiting these neighborhoods. The lifestyle of residents in these neighborhoods changed greatly with the addition of the new vibe to their neighborhoods. So we're connecting parts of culture, like he mentioned, art galleries and theater, to a revitalized area. He also did a great example of mentioning a specific example. He specifically said Detroit. So if I was answering this question, I don't want to just talk in generalities. I want to actually use an example, and Detroit is a great one, whose downtown has been revitalized. I could use a lot of those major cities in the old Rust Belts, like Cleveland. I don't know why I can't think of any other cities in the Rust Belt right now, but any of those sort of Midwestern larger cities that used to be a lot more energetic and full of life and have and recently kind of shrunk in people living there and are now trying to be brought back to life. So Harrison mentioned a city, and he also mentioned specific parts of culture, so the art galleries and the theaters. In the little bubble down below, I also mentioned some other things you could have said. So historic character, nostalgia, museums. You could have mentioned something about food, I was thinking maybe. Local cuisine, bringing back traditional restaurants, sports venues, leisure, lifestyle, diversity, community pride. Anything that really has to do with culture, you're mentioning how that could be used to revitalize a decaying downtown. Doing your best as possible to mention a specific location. All right, so that was a great answer there. We are moving on. We are flying, you guys. And we are going to be, after these, again, these other examples, if you wanted to answer the rest of the FRQ, these will be here on the slides for you. If you just wanted to give it a whirl and see what you'd get, those will be on the slides later if you want to try. But we are on another break, so go take a moment, take another lap, get some food, get a drink, and we will see you in 5 minutes. Okay, and we are back. All right, we are back from break. Just a couple notes for things kind of happening on the outside there. For our Q&A, I know our TAs are working really hard to answer all of your, I'm sure, amazing questions. But obviously there are lots of you and lots of questions and only so many of them. So if we could really try and keep our questions in the Q&A about the specific thing we're talking about, or at least that unit, it might help them focus their answers so that they're getting back to you and answering things that are relevant to what's going on at the moment. So if we could just try and keep our comments to specifically within that unit or that topic, I think it would help out everybody. You could probably get your question answered a little bit quicker as well. All right, so we are going to jump in here for political geography. So our unit 4, let's do this. All right, so we are going to be looking at politics and how political and economic and cultural changes can challenge how we view states, the structure of a country, the structure of states. We'll look at political boundaries and the governmental power structures and how a government might be organized. And then we'll also look at balances of power and conflict within the global political atmosphere as well. So now, again, in our Q&A, let's try and focus as best we can with political geography questions. so that they're a little bit able to target your questions to specifically what's being asked. And maybe it will be a little bit more relevant to you if we ask about Unit 4 only. Okay, so here's some basic terms that are always kind of misjumbled, and we use them interchangeably, and it gets very confusing. So our first one there is, what is a nation, and how is that different than a nation state or a state? So a nation is a group of people unified by culture and history, usually attached to a homeland. So there can be a nation of people without a specific formal boundary. This ties much more to a cultural shared history. We also have a nation state, which is sort of in the middle of that Venn diagram there. But let's go to state first. So state is otherwise known as country. So we are, of course, one of the few places that just chooses to make it more confusing. But to the rest of the world, a state means a country. We, of course, don't use the term like that. But when we're answering questions, especially about any international location, period, in AP, human geography, it's best to just use the word state, because that is what is internationally recognized as the term for what you are probably talking about. So again, state does mean country, but the rest of the world uses the term state. So we should too. So a state, a group of people with a sovereign government with boundaries internationally recognized. So not only is it a group of people, but it's a sovereign and independent government with formal recognized boundaries that are recognized internationally. There isn't a debate about where the boundaries start and stop, or if it's part of another country. Everyone agrees this is a state all on its own. And then in the middle, or kind of the overlap, is what we call nation states. So this is both a state that is comprised of only one nation. So if nation is more about a group of people or a group of shared culture, a nation state would be a formal, recognized place where they live, where it's everybody of only one type of culture or one type of history. So some of the examples that we always see is Japan and Iceland, and they're largely nation states because of isolation. So if you don't have a lot of people coming and going, or you have a history of isolation, who ends up living there usually is a little bit more homogeneous than some of the other countries. And then some of the examples we usually see for nations, the Kurds and the Cotillions, the Kurds not having an exact homeland, and Cotillions as well. And then for any of the state examples, those again are just the internationally recognized states/countries of the world. Okay. So power and territoriality. So we have, how do countries gain and occupy and maintain their power? So we have colonialism, occupying another country, acquiring political control, imperialism, extending your power and influence through diplomacy or military force, and neo-colonialism, the use of economic, political, and other pressures to control or influence other countries. So these are historically ways that we have been able to maintain power and control over different territories. The other two terms there, these are just things that come up, is the idea of a shatter belt and a choke point. Our shatter belts are regions caught in between colliding cultural forces. So they're just kind of that probably not chosen buffer zone in between two fighting nations. So Eastern and Western Europe and the Russian forces, everybody kind of just being stuck in the middle. North and South Korea caught in between the Chinese and the US forces. So these are areas or locations where there is a clash of cultural and political forces with the region kind of caught in the middle. And then we have our choke points, which is a geographical feature like the Panama Canal or a strait or a valley that is a critical point for trade or combat. So if that is blocked or something happens to it, it's going to hold up trade, just general movement, and possibly even military action. Okay. So let's look at some boundaries and how they are drawn and kind of the history of the different types of boundaries. So we can see here we have lots of different boundaries. Some reflect the culture of an area. Some are much more geometric. Some are because of the physical landscape. There might just be a mountain, and so your country's boundaries just go around the mountain. Others are drawn particularly to try and divide up a religion or a language. So like what happened in India and Pakistan. And then we have the superimposed boundaries down at the bottom there. That usually comes up in relation to Africa and how those boundaries of those countries were drawn in the Berlin Conference without any real input from any of the African countries. And they were drawn in a way that did not attend to the cultural needs of the country and has resulted in a lot of conflict. And then we have relic boundaries, for example, like the Berlin Wall. It's not really used anymore, but it is an example of what used to be there. Okay, those are our different types of boundaries. So some international boundaries and some topics that come up with international boundaries. The main one is gerrymandering, and redlining is another one. So the idea of how we can manipulate and interpret our own internal boundaries to kind of affect voting results and candidacy and electoral results and Congress seats and all of the above. And so in the issues with gerrymandering or redlining are all a result of a certain group trying to influence the way that either housing is done or voting results, how those results are done based on how we manipulate these lines and these boundaries. So gerrymandering and redistricting and voting districts, that often comes with local elections. And then we have redlining, which has more to do with housing. Okay. So we have another chart coming up of some of the state shapes and things that come up with the different types of states and their shapes. So here are all of our different state shapes and their pros and cons, and also some examples. So especially for the perforated ones and the fragmented, it usually seems to be the same examples that come up. So knowing perhaps those examples might be helpful, and then somewhat of the pros and the cons of each type of state shape. And so we have everything from compact to landlocked and everything in between. So this might be, again, another good chart to take a snapshot of. Okay. So next, we're going to look at the governmental systems that a country can have, whether they're set up unitary or federal. So here is a handy flow chart to tell which is which. So these are two different forms of government. So you can ask yourself in the beginning, does this country or state, probably should say state, but does it have subunits? So is it divided into other regions or into what we call states? If it is, do those subunits have power on their own? So in our case, each of our states have power. And then if that's a yes, then it would be federal, which like we are. Or you could follow the no line to lead you to the other type. So these two types of governments really just divide along the lines of whether the power is centralized and it's kept within this main power structure, or it's dispersed to local governments and local power centers. All right. Okay, we're going to look at de-evolution and some things that can factors that can lead to the de-evolution of states, as well as some of the centripetal and centrifugal forces. So some factors that can lead to de-evolution, including the division of groups by physical geography, ethnic separatism, ethnic cleansing, terrorism, genocide. So these are things that can happen when a state devolves. So we have, again, ethnic cleansings, ethnic separatism, genocides, also terrorism, and social problems and economic problems as well that can divide a country. All right. And lastly, we will look at here another one of our charts about what are some factors in terms of political geography that might cause a country to unite or a country to divide. Centripetal forces pull a country together and unite a country, and centrifugal forces pull apart a country. It can lead to uneven development and all these kind of issues. So politically, a strong national identity is going to unite a country and pull them together. Politically, failed states, conflicts, and balkanization, which is these countries breaking down into smaller countries, can definitely lead to conflict and a country not feeling very united, pushing it apart. Economically, equal development leads to uniting a country. Each part of the country feels supported. Sorry, I should be saying state. I got to catch myself every time. Sorry. And then economically, some forces that might push a state apart is uneven development. So our examples in North and South Korea, they have very different levels of development and resources and quality of life. That is not going to make the people in those countries or states, feel very united and together. It's going to really highlight the stark differences between where they live and where other people in their state live. And then some cultural forces that could bring your state together. We have cohesion, trust, respect, and just having a shared linguistic, religious, and ethnic similarities. So all of these common bonds can unite a country. Things that can push a country apart, stateless nations or people who do not feel like they have a home country and feel sort of like foreigners within the place that they are. They don't have their own sovereign recognized area. And also just general ethnic movements can cause conflict and push a state apart. Alrighty, so let's look here at one of our FRQs. Okay. And so for this one, before we get started, just as a reminder, I've been mentioning the examples that we want to be including. So we definitely want to include an example with an explain verb and with a describe verb if I have time. But if the question, so for example, if it does not specifically tell me to include an example, or if it is an identify or an analyze verb, I don't always have to add an example. If I have time, it certainly can't hurt. But I only really have to make sure that I have an example if it is an explain question or a describe question. So in this case, we are going to be looking at C in particular. And so our prompt here is the modern state system is engaged in a struggle between the forces of supranationalism and de-evolution. So we're only going to be looking at C. With reference to the political and economic geography of Europe, briefly discuss one change resulting from de-evolution. Okay, and let me see if I can change this one without it freaking out on me. Yep, looks like it's good. Oh, nope. There we go. So this is our question here. With reference to political and economic geography of Europe, so not surprisingly, make sure you mention Europe. Briefly discuss one change resulting from de-evolution. We are going to start our timer. Okay. Oops. I think we were like halfway through. Oh, great. Lots of great answers are coming in. Okay, looks like about a minute. So you're only discussing one change, so we should be able to do this one pretty quickly. Okay, about 10 seconds. Oops, I keep going back. Well, about the timer was probably done. All right, so let's wrap up our answers here. And then we will look at Harrison's example and see what we, like some of the things we could have mentioned. All right. Okay, so again, our question is, with reference to the political and economic geography of Europe, briefly discuss one change resulting from de-evolution. So he said, a change resulting from de-evolution in Europe in terms of politics has been regional terrorist groups looking for autonomy. In the Basque region of Spain, the terrorist group ETA uses fear to scare residents and try to convince government leaders to fight for regional autonomy. This liberation movement has been seen around Europe and encouraged de-evolutionary forces across the continent and even just in the state of Spain since it began in the late 1990s. Okay, so he is definitely talking about Europe. He even was more specific and gave us an exact example looking at the Basque region of Spain. He named the group that caused the change, which is another amazing use of an example. And he made sure to mention how this terrorist group changed the geography of Europe. So this terrorist group that seemed to have cropped up sent some de-evolutionary forces in the 90s. It seems to have shaped current day Spain and the Basque region of Spain by scaring residents, pushing for autonomy, and this kind of liberation movement. So he included lots of great things in his answer. So once again, you could have included so many other things I can't even have imagined. I'm sure they're all equally wonderful and fantastic. But if you included at least a mention of a few examples and you connected the two, then I think that'll be a great answer. But Harrison's is super amazing because it's just an exemplar. So if yours was anywhere near it, I'm sure it is incredible. Okay, so political geography, that's a wrap on that. Here again is some of the other example questions and their rubrics and their examples. So if you wanted to try these at a later date to see if you could answer these correctly, more power to you. So that is for A, B, and C. And we have another 5-minute break, and we are actually going to trade off people. So I will be switching presenters here in a moment after your 5-minute break. I did not put a timer here for some reason, but I'm going to start it on my end. So once you hear the lovely music stop, you'll know it's time to come back. 5 minutes. So here we go. Let me play it on mine. Just kidding. It hasn't started. It's coming. Or hasn't. Okay. Sorry, it's taking forever. It's going to start here, but you know we have 5 minutes.
Okay. Can you guys hear me out there? Awesome. I think that means the timer's up if you see the new teacher here. Let me get my slides ready here. So I just want to say thank you to Erica Restum. She took the first half of this. Oh, she says I need to give you guys a couple minutes longer. I tend to rush things, so she'll give me the go-ahead when the 5-minute timer's up, and then we'll get started again. So Erica, I'll just be waiting for your go-ahead. Okay, guys, my name's Mr. Mayfield. I might be popping my face onto the screen off and on, but we're going to be taking you, I guess I'm going to be taking you through the last 3 units. Unit 5, Agriculture, Unit 6, which is Urbanization, and then we'll close up with Unit 7, which is Industry and Development. So hopefully you guys have been able to get through most of this, at least partially, in your classes. And your teachers have been preparing you, but Ms. Reston and I, we got your back just in case you haven't covered some of those things. So I'm going to use the same format as Erica just did, where we kind of give some quick hitter summaries and hopefully just give you some visuals and talk you through some of the most essential concepts. And then we'll do some multiple choice practice and FRQ practice on Mentimeter. And I'm going to be available maybe a little later tonight on Discord. I do have a meeting, I think it's 7:15, but if people are interested, I'll definitely pop on there for a little while just to answer any questions you might have that didn't get answered in the chat. I know that the chat is like blowing up right now, and Harrison's just doing a great job. So anyways, here we go. Yeah, so we're going to start with, again, agriculture. And on each of these intro slides, I'm going to go over the big ideas here on the left. One strategy, if you're taking the test tomorrow, one strategy that I would strongly suggest, don't cram too much, but look at these big idea questions. And either tonight or tomorrow morning, ask yourself these questions and see if you can answer them. Either maybe like brainstorm out in some binder paper, how do a people's culture and the resources available to them influence how they grow food? Can you answer that in your head? You think you could write a brief summary paragraph or maybe some bullet points? Because if you can, you're going to be good, because these are like these, again, the big ideas, the big questions where pretty much all the test comes back to these big ideas. So don't try to reread your textbook or watch all the AP Daily videos or all the Fiveable videos. You just don't have enough time for that. You need to get some rest, but maybe consider that strategy. So the second big idea, how does what people produce and consume vary in different locations? It's a big one, and we'll talk about climate and how that factors in as well. And then the third big idea for the ag unit, what kind of cultural changes and technological advances have impacted the way people grow and consume food? And as always, we have this CRAM chart, which is the fiveable CRAM chart created by our very own super TA Harrison Burnside. So if you click on this, and this will also be in the resources after the live stream, you got everything you need like on one page. That would be another great day of or day before the exam review, because it's got all the units and all the essentials on there without having to read through a bunch of pages. All right, here we go. So the first thing, and you'll notice that every slide, just like Erica had, we have the course exam description. Whoops. We have the course exam description. Like I told yesterday in my AP Gov chat or stream, the course exam description is pretty much how the College Board makes the test. They take the essential knowledge, which is what you see in these little blue boxes here, and they create all the multiple choice and all the FRQ questions from that essential knowledge. So if it's not in the essential knowledge, if it's not in these blue boxes, they literally cannot include it on the test. So another thing you could do is scroll through the CED, and I'm going to share a link with you for that, or Harrison might post it in the chat as well, and just scroll through it tonight or tomorrow morning. And again, how many of those do you know? And maybe you ask questions with a friend or on Discord tonight if you don't know some of these. So that's our structure. So let's get into the content. I might read through some of these, but I'll also give you some extra notes if you're taking notes at home. But this first one says patterns of diffusion, such as the Columbian Exchange and the agricultural revolutions, resulted in the global spread of various plants and animals. Columbus, you guys know Christopher Columbus. He came across the ocean and he basically interacted with a bunch of natives and they exchanged things. And that was like one of the first reasons why we had that was like one of the first examples of globalization, or maybe like one of the starting points of early globalization, because you had people from one part of the world coming and interacting with people in a different part of the world. And then it kind of just ballooned from there. And although most of the tests probably won't focus on a whole lot of historical concepts, the Columbian Exchange is something you should be at least somewhat familiar with. So this slide is all about the agricultural revolution. So if you look at that second point, new technology and increased food production in the second agricultural revolution led to better diets, longer life expectancies, and more people available for work in factories. So the common theme, whether we're talking about the first, second, or third agricultural revolution, the common theme is they all led to more food being produced and better or more improved agricultural advancements. Now, those advancements in the first agricultural revolution were just like literally eliminate or like going away from like the hunter-gatherer approach to producing food, where the people were just going out and like killing whatever animals they could find on their hunt and picking wild berries. So the first agricultural revolution was like the first time we see domesticated plants and animals being produced, to where people like were intentional and actually using some kind of formalized, structured way to produce food. The second agricultural revolution is highlighted in that picture on the bottom right, where you see like these guys, you only see like 3 guys there, and then you see a whole bunch of animals, and you see this like machine. So this is the kind of a technology that you would likely see in the second agricultural revolution, and it increased food supplies, and it decreased the need for farmers to do hard labor on the farms. So the third agricultural revolution, which we'll get to, just continues these themes. You're going to have different ways to produce more food and better, newer technologies to produce food. And then on the upper right, it just shows like the chemicals being dumped on some kind of crop, or maybe that's a weed, but the weed's growing, so that wouldn't make sense. And that highlights one of the elements of the Green Revolution, where like chemical fertilizers and hybrid seeds were introduced. So you want to be able to compare all 3 agricultural revolutions and make sure you have like pictures in your mind between like the different types of machinery and technologies that would be used and maybe matched up with each of those 3 revolutions. All right. So in the blue box, this one says agricultural production regions are defined by the extent to which they reflect subsistence or commercial practices, monocropping or monoculture. Monocropping just means one, right? One crop, one something being planted. So you got a lot of images here. That first image is a great example of commercial agriculture, large-scale commercial agriculture. Commercial agriculture simply if we're defining it, is just agriculture where the primary purpose is to make a profit. And you can see they're using this massive machine. They're harvesting tons of crops. This machine would actually be more reminiscent of something that you would see more in modern agricultural days. This is not like something you would have seen in the second agricultural revolution. This is like the more advanced machinery. We're talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars for these machines. But yet, it led to more food supply, and definitely like other issues that we'll get into later. But again, make sure you compare this machine with the one we saw on the previous slide and be able to attach them to the appropriate industrial revolution. Now that second picture, it's a little tricky because it looks like, oh, this is small scale, little tiny market. This has got to be subsistence, right? Because those people probably grew those crops on their, on small farms or maybe in their yards. But this is actually another example of commercial agriculture, because the primary purpose, even if it's a small scale, like farmer's market type situation, like you see in that picture, they're still trying to make money, right? These aren't like, this isn't one big family, who are producing crops and just like exchanging them with each other. These are vendors, most likely small farmers who are selling their local produce, but they're still selling it for a profit. So make sure you know that commercial and subsistence agriculture, but mainly commercial agriculture, can come in different like sizes. And that third picture you see on the right side, where you got this smiley guy with that kind of like dirty looking t-shirt or polo shirt, that's a great example of subsistence farming. You can compare it with the first picture with the GIF there, where you got like a lot of scattered crops. You can see they're kind of like mixed in with the rocks there. And if I didn't say it yet, subsistence agriculture is simply agricultural practices that are they're primarily focused on consumption by the grower, by the farmer. Sometimes subsistence farmers might have a little bit of extra crops that they could sell like in a local market, but usually they're just trying to survive and provide food for their families. And you can see even in that picture, that looks like a less developed region in a less developed country. You don't have all these rows, and you don't see any machines. You got this guy who probably planted those crops by hand, and who's going to harvest them, most likely to feed his children and maybe his local village. So subsistence versus commercial agriculture. Then we got these two. These are tough. Students always get intensive and extensive agricultural methods mixed up, and so do I, so does teachers, because you can have intensive commercial and subsistence agriculture, and you can also have extensive subsistence and commercial agriculture. So it can be kind of tricky. So make sure you write down some of these examples. So it says intensive and extensive farming practices are determined in part by land cost, bid rent theory. We'll get into the bid rent theory when we talk about the von Thunen model. But I put some of these examples, if you want to screenshot it or just jot notes down. Extensive agricultural methods or farming practices. The big thing to remember is if it's extensive, you're generally looking at less capital and labor inputs. So you have fewer capital and labor inputs. What does that mean? Well, you're putting less money is being invested. Less machinery is being invested or used. Capital is just a fancy word for like wealth or money. So extensive methods don't require as much money to be invested into heavy machinery and just like the agricultural practices in general. And then extensive also involves like a lower amount of labor inputs. So you don't require as many people to do these types of agricultural practices. If you look at the picture of the GIF of the cows hopping, this is essentially what I would call a ranch. You see a lot of cows roaming around. Looks like they're kind of happy. Looks like they had an energy drink maybe before they went out into the ranch. But you don't see any farmers. You don't see guys walking around with like feeding them in troughs. These cows are roaming around. You don't see any machines, right? You just got the cow and the open field. And maybe sometimes you got a dog that goes out there to like, move them around, or like the rancher will come out and try to move them around, or the guy from the slaughterhouse will come to take them on a field trip to the meat packing factory. But again, very few capital inputs, very few labor inputs, extensive. And the second picture is a subsistence example of extensive agriculture. You got a couple of pastoral nomads. Remember, pastoral nomadism is kind of almost like a less developed example of ranching, where you got small tribes, small groups of people who are herding, right? They're pastoral nomads, so they're moving. Nomadic just means moving, and they're moving animals, usually like goats, sometimes camels. There's a few other animals that I'm blanking on right now, but you can see some of them even in the background of that picture. And the reason why they have to do this is because if you look at that dirt, you cannot plant crops in that soil. It's not arable, like Erica said earlier when she was talking about physiological density. Countries and regions like Northern Africa, like Southwest Asia, aka the Middle East, like Central Asia, these really dry regions of the world, they can't produce crops like more fertile regions of the world. So they have to resort to these extensive subsistence methods. And it's really important to note for pastoral nomads, they don't generally eat the meat, right? They milk these animals, especially like goat milk. Sometimes they'll trade the furs, and then sometimes they'll slaughter an animal, for consumption or for trade, but that's not typical. The other one I have on there is shifting cultivation. I don't have a picture for that, but shifting cultivation is that slash and burn agriculture. They often, where you primarily see this in very dense, like rainforest regions, just like in the Amazonian rainforest, and in some regions of Central Africa, where there's lots of rainfall, where you have groups cutting and clearing and burning areas of land, and then planting crops on that land temporarily, and then shifting or rotating to another piece of land when they've exhausted the soil. So there we go. That's extensive. Let's see here. The slides aren't moving. There we go. Okay, intensive. Not sure what happened there with my slides, but so the same blue box, right? We're just going to look at intensive now. So intensive farming is high capital and high labor inputs. So lots of money or lots of labor. It doesn't have to be both to be considered intensive. You see that picture on the left, you have like some very intensive subsistence rice farmers somewhere in Asia, right? So lots of labor. That's like back-breaking work. Another great example, like in the United States, if you ever go like near the coast, Central Coast over here in Monterey, you'll often see like agricultural laborers in like the strawberry fields. It's kind of like almost the same exact example, just with a different crop, where you have lots of people doing lots of labor because they can't put, they don't have, in some cases, they don't have the machinery. They can't afford it, or, strawberries are not easy to pick on, using heavy machinery. But the point here, lots of labor. And then you got the picture of the cow getting milked, that poor cow. Dairy farming is a great example of intensive, usually commercial farming. It doesn't have to be commercial, but it usually is, to where whether you're milking that cow by hand, like you see in the image there, or if you have some fancy machine that does like that automates the milking, it's intensive either way, because you got lots of labor. And if you have the machine, you have really expensive capital investments. So that's, again, dairy farming, rice farming, market gardening. That's like the strawberry example I gave you earlier. And then plantation farming as well would be considered intensive agriculture, because plantations require a lot of labor. Okay, I think we're good on that one. Let's move on. Let's keep rolling. All right, this is tricky. I remember the first year I taught this class, I screwed this up. And I think one of the AP Daily videos even talked about this. So I don't have a chance. I can't like interact with you right now, and I don't have this on Mentimeter. But would you consider, just think to yourself, would you consider this intensive or extensive agriculture? So you got this machine. You don't see a lot of humans. You got a big field. This is kind of like some kind of grain crop. And if you want to pause this, you can if you're watching it on demand. But I'm going to give what I would answer it as. And I would say this is super tricky, and you probably wouldn't get this question on the AP exam because they're not trying to trick you. They just want to test your knowledge. I would say it's both, a little bit of both. And here's why, if you're taking notes. It could be considered intensive because that machine's expensive. So you got a high capital investment. You're talking like, again, maybe more than several $100,000. So intensive in that sense. But then you could also say that there's at least some extensive elements to it because it doesn't require a lot of human labor. There's like one guy running that machine, right? You don't see people out there picking the grain, like the crops. You just got a guy basically mowing this large field, and that's all that's required. So it's a little bit of a mixture, both of those. So be careful. If you see a picture like this on the AP exam, make sure that you keep in mind that it's a little bit of both. Okay, hope that makes sense. Let's keep rolling. And if I'm going too fast or something, make sure you like message Harrison on the Fiveable site, and he can message me to say, hey, Mayfield, chill out. You're going too fast. We wish we had a pause button, but I want to make sure we get through this and have plenty of time for practice. But if we don't, we'll hit up Discord afterwards, so fear not. All right, large scale versus family farms. This is huge. So the first point there says large scale commercial agricultural operations are replacing small family farms. That's the big theme here. The big guys are slowly but surely replacing the little guys, the little farmers. And this is especially happening in more developed countries. We have a lot of agriculture, but we don't have a lot of agricultural workers, right? We don't have a lot of primary sector workers, but we want to get to like the why. Why do we have fewer like small family farms as we progress? Sorry, I had a brain fart there. So if you look at the commodity chain there, because that's in the second point, it says complex commodity chains link production and consumption of agricultural products. So the commodity chain, and you can have supply chains for all sorts of things, but this is an example of a agricultural commodity chain. It says farmers on the left, and then I'm not going to go over this in great detail, but you should be able to like kind of draw this out in your mind, have like a little mental map, I guess, of what a commodity chain is. But you think of the farmer planting the crop, and then once those crops are harvested, they have to be processed. If it's part of this food supply chain or this agricultural commodity chain. And by processing, we're talking about putting the crops, whether it's, like a tomato crop, some kind of fruit or vegetable, whether it's like wheat, bushels of wheat or corn, those usually go straight to a processing facility. It's not like you take them straight to the supermarket to be sold. And then they get processed. And what does that mean? Sometimes there's stuff that's added to it, like preservatives. Sometimes they're frozen. All sorts of things can happen to the agricultural goods in this processing phase. And then it gets shipped somewhere else. It gets packaged and distributed to a variety of different like retailers. And this is why you get fruits and vegetables. You have a produce section. But again, it didn't come straight from the farmer. It came from the farmer to the processing facility, to the shipping company, and then eventually to your local grocery store. That's a commodity chain. Now, how does that relate to this concept? Well, commodity chains are hurting the little guys. Why? Commodity chains decrease like the price of doing business for large like agricultural companies. There's this concept, and I think it's actually in the third point there, called economies of scale. What happens is when these massive agribusiness companies, when they purchase like the machinery and the new technologies, they can produce crops like in large quantities. And then by doing that, they're able to, we call that like scaling up production. That's what we're trying to do at Fiveable. We want more and more kids to participate in these streams so we can help them. And so we're trying to scale up at Fiveable by getting more people to participate. Well, big farming companies, they want to scale up as well. They want to sell their product in as many places as they can, because that's going to make them more money. And as they're more successful doing that, it lowers the prices of their goods. So you have consumers that have to choose between, okay, do I want to pay, I don't know the prices of vegetables. Let's say like, do I want to pay $2 for a bushel of wheat from the agribusiness company? Or do I want to go and pay double, from like Farmer John at the farmer's market around the corner, just because it makes me feel better. Most people are choosing the $2 bushel of wheat, right? Because Farmer John has not achieved economies of scale. Farmer John is selling like primarily like to the local community. And Farmer John is probably going to lose his job, as sad as that is. So hopefully Farmer John doesn't lose his job, but he probably is. And he's probably going to end up working at the grocery store because of the big agricultural companies. and then being able to achieve economies of scale. I got a picture down there, that creepy one on the bottom left. I just put that in there because I thought it was funny. I got these guys goofing around on that machine. Looks dangerous, but. And then that first circular picture there is just like representative of the small family farm. That's what's going away. You got the little small tractor right there. That's Farmer. This is like Farmer John. I keep using Farmer John. And then you got like what looks like a little church in the background, or maybe like a little country home. These are the people that are being targeted by the larger agricultural companies. Look at the second picture, right? This is like a massive chicken coop, right? These facilities are not owned by small farmers in most cases. They're owned by like Tyson Chicken, right? The big guys. And you can see they're crammed in there. Those poor chickens. I hope, you know what happens to these chickens, right? This is like what they would call factory farming. Let's pack as many animals as we can into a small space, fatten them up, right? And then unfortunately ship them to the chicken processing facility for them to be sliced up and then eventually end up on our Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. So I hope I didn't ruin your dinner. So the opposite of this would be free range chickens, right? If you go to like a small farm, you're going to see like chickens roaming around, probably happy, thinking their life's good until, again, they eventually get slaughtered too. But the point is, the reason why those free range chickens cost more is because they have to charge more because they can't compete with the chickens that are being produced on this picture in the bottom right. Because by producing more chickens, again, you're able to sell more. And when you sell more, you're able to decrease the price. So all of that is leading to basically the destruction or the decreasing relevance of smaller family farms. Okay. Von Thunen, right? So here we go. Von Thunen's model helps to explain rural land use by emphasizing the importance of transportation costs. Highlight or write that down. That's essentially what Von Thunen's model is all about. Transportation costs associated with distance from the market. And then it says, however, regions of specialty farming do not always conform to Von Thunen's concentric rings. All right, I got a few things. So you definitely want to, I won't read all of these, but you want to be able to you should be able to draw out Von Thunen's model and label it. So you see the city in the middle, horticulture and dairying close to the center, because remember, horticulture is basically like fruits and veggies. They spoil quickly. If you don't eat those bananas real quickly, they turn like nasty and black. Sometimes you accidentally bite into a strawberry that's got a bunch of mold on it because it's been sitting too long. So those types of crops, and milk, if you ever accidentally took a swig of sour milk, you know what I'm talking about. So they had to be closer to the market. They had to be closer to where they were going to be sold because they were going to be, they're more perishable, and they still are. The next ring is forestry, right? Trees, because they needed the trees. They needed to cut them down and use them for fuel. Then you got various crop rotation happening outside there. And then as you get further out, you just get more extensive. I think that's what I would write down. That's what I always tell my students. Make sure you know that closer to the market, you have intensive farming practices, horticulture, dairying. Farther from the market, you have more extensive agricultural practices, like grain farming. You see grazing in the orange circle there, the orange ring. That's what we're talking about when we talk about cows roaming around all happy, right? And so make sure you make those connections. Now, there are some limits to the Von Thunen model, and you got to know them, right? So there are assumptions that he made, and there are things you got to keep in mind. So I'm just going to rattle off a few assumptions. One thing to keep in mind is he created this model before the Industrial Revolution, right? So we didn't have a lot of the technological advancements like we do now. So he couldn't have anticipated some of these awesome changes we have in food production. He assumed that land was flat, or at least his model does. And we all know that that's almost never true. He assumed that there was going to be a presence of uninhabited wilderness, like the forest section. There ain't no trees like that where I live. I mean, a lot of places do not have big trees around the city. He assumed all the soil quality was going to be good. That's never true, right? The soil is going to just be the same all the way across. and obviously it's not true. He assumed that farmers were going to, actually, I'm sorry, that farmers actually transported their own goods. So there were like no roads, right? So a lot of farmers did transport their own goods. That's one way that they could save transportation. Like, you know, again, transportation was not what it is today. So a lot of like the animals and the crops that were being transported either just by a human walking it into the market, or maybe like having some kind of like wheelbarrow type, you know, like something to carry it in. I don't know what it's called, but. And then the other big assumption is he assumed that farmers only cared about maximizing profit. And that's not always necessarily the case. It's important, but not always. Now, the big thing to add is if you got like an FRQ on this or a multiple choice question, they're not just going to ask you some basic definition. They want you to know how is like modern advancements in agriculture maybe like invalidated at least part of this model. And you would talk about, well, refrigeration. It pretty much didn't exist back in von Thunen's days. So now we can grow things like fruits and veggies and some dairy products a little further away from the market than during von Thunen's time, because you can put it in a refrigerated truck. You can freeze some of this stuff. I buy like frozen fruits and veggies from Costco like every 2 or 3 weeks. I love it. And you don't have to worry about perishability as much. So, and then the second thing is just make sure you keep in mind, transportation has improved greatly. So we can not only prevent things from perishing as quickly, but we can transport goods much quicker. And that's how we get some of these tropical fruits to the United States, like year round, and not even like dried fruits, like fresh fruits. Like we don't grow bananas in the United States, not at like large scale. They get flown here or brought here on a massive container ship. And those are technologies that weren't around back in von Thunen's days. So keep all of that in mind. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. The picture on the right there, it was just from an FRQ, a released FRQ from College Board. If you have questions about that, it basically asks you, and you probably have seen this in class, to name the zone that each of these agricultural activities would be taking place in. And this would be the center or the first zone, the fresh produce example there. And the second one, picture with the letter Y, would be the outer rings. So again, inner rings are more intensive agricultural practices. The further out you get, the more extensive it becomes. Remember that if you're going to remember anything about von Thunen's model. All right, contemporary agriculture. This is our last slide for the Unit 5. This is a big one. It's got all kinds of stuff packed into here. So contemporary just basically means nowadays, modern agriculture. So a lot of people have changed their food preferences and their eating habits because of some of the agricultural practices that have happened in the past, especially the recent past. So it says agricultural innovations such as biotechnology, and biotechnology is basically like the use of like living organisms, like genes, to modify products. Like we have the picture of the GMO corn right there. So that's what that is. Genetically modified organisms and aquaculture. Aquaculture is essentially fish farming. So it could be referred to as aquaculture or aqua farming. Some people think that we're going to, like the raising cattle and other meat products the way we are is unsustainable, and that we're going to have to shift more towards a more sustainable practice of raising fish, in these aquaculture farms. And there's all kinds of like issues. We're not going to go into a lot of detail about aquaculture. I can barely say that. But if you have more questions about that, it's never been the subject of an FRQ. And I don't want to like start predicting stuff. But if I was going to predict something, that could be one of them. And it's one of those concepts that I think students overlook sometimes. So make sure you write that on your study list. So all these things have been accompanied by debates over sustainability, soil and water usage, reductions in biodiversity. Like we have fewer plants and fewer animals because of these modern agricultural practices, and extensive fertilizer and pesticide use. So what that means is we spray a lot of chemicals on crops, more so than ever before. Pesticides and herbicides and insecticides. And we use a lot of chemical fertilizers, and people are concerned that over time, that's going to be bad for the environment. That's going to be bad for people. So the second part here is, what have people done in response to all this stuff? And here we go. Patterns of food production and consumption are influenced by movements relating to individual food choice, such as urban farming. You can see the urban farming picture here, kind of in the middle, where you got the skyscrapers in the back and this kind of hip urban farm. It's kind of pretty cool. Looks like they've integrated some kind of metal structures in there, and it looks nothing like what you would find like in a more rural region. Urban farming has been like at least one like response to some of like the food insecurity issues in urban areas, like with food deserts, which we'll talk about a little later. Community supported agriculture. Community supported agriculture is basically like when people like you and I intentionally like enter into an agreement with local farmers to purchase their agricultural goods at the local scale, like under some kind of contract. And people like that because they can develop a relationship with the farmer. There's like more trust involved there. They know where their food's coming from. They feel good about helping out Farmer John, because remember, Farmer John's the guy who's being targeted by the evil agribusiness companies. And by evil, I'm partially joking, right? Because those agribusiness companies do a lot of good, and they produce a lot of the food that you probably even ate today. So that's community supported agriculture. Organic farming, remember, organic farming is simply farming that does not use pesticides. And think about how much organic farming has increased. There aren't like huge organic farms all across the US. We still primarily have agricultural spaces that are used for non-organic farming, like large, extensive non-organic farming. But there's a high demand for organic agricultural goods. Like, people are consuming these more than ever. I always tell my students, man, go look at Costco. If you have Costco's in your neighborhoods, they've had like such an increase in organic foods. Like, no longer do you have to go to like Sprouts or Whole Foods to get organic food. You can go to some of these other like larger stores. Even like Target and Walmart, I think have like a limited amount of organic farming goods, because people are demanding them more, because they're afraid of GMOs. They're afraid of crops that have weird, funky things sprayed all over them. And they think it's healthy. And they may or may not be right. We don't really care whether they're right or not. We just want to know like why. Value added specialty crops. I'm going to turn my camera on for a second here on this one. Hopefully I can do this without screwing it up. Stop sharing. Hey, there I am. I literally went and bought, probably because I knew I was going to be teaching on this, I bought a value-added product yesterday. Value-added agriculture is simply when a farmer, or really anybody, does something that adds value to the product. So, like within the last month, I bought a huge like Costco jar of like strawberry jam or preserves or whatever it's called, because I like to eat those like almond butter and jelly sandwiches on that Dave's organic bread. So good. But that's not value added. I mean, maybe the organic side of it is, because people will spend more because it's organic. But then I got this little guy at this little urban farm sale. And if you can see it, this is not something that you would generally see in like Save Mart or in Costco. I actually got to talk to the people that made this. They were sitting right there at their little booth. And they even got a little cute cow and chicken. Look at those free range animals, how happy they are on that label. Remember, until they go to the slaughterhouse. But they added like these fancy decorations, which isn't really my thing, but I appreciate it, right? That, you know, look at this. I mean, my wife loves this stuff. She's an artist. Oh, and the ingredients are what got me. Peaches, jalapenos, habaneros, sugar. Who doesn't like sugar? Pectin and lemon juice. I can pronounce all those, right? So this is like a healthy option. And then if I go over here, you know, you got spicy peach. It even came, what does it say there? Made in a home kitchen. You talk about like eating local, right? Organic foods, value-added agriculture. That like checks all those boxes, like literally. And I felt good about supporting them. And it was $5. The one at Costco, I think, was $4 and was about 3 times this size. So I'd pay more for the value-added product compared to the one that I got from Costco. But people are willing to do that. All right, I'm going to switch back. Okay. And then you got the Eat Local movement, or the Eat Local challenge, as the picture says. One of the main things to remember about the Eat Local movement is that, yes, just like I said, people like to support local agriculture, right, and local businesses. But the other side of this is like the environmental impact that eating local has. If you're eating locally produced foods, that means that there are fewer like trucks on the road transporting that carrot across the country or across the world on a container ship. And so you're decreasing the use of fossil fuels. So definitely jot that down. Like, there are multiple benefits of eating local, and people probably kind of feel a little more hip. Yeah, I ate locally sourced, like lamb, and carrots. And I mean, how cool does that sound? They probably ate it at brunch. And then what else we got here? I think that's it for this one. You got some people at the farmer's market there too. That's kind of like my picture that maybe represents community-supported agriculture, where you get to talk to the people that grew the crops. All right, so like Erica, I'm going to have you guys hop on to Mentimeter. I actually put some multiple choice questions, just like she did for Unit 1. And, we'll see how we do with time. I think we still have a few hours, though. I don't think we're off until, 7 o'clock my time, which is 10 o'clock Eastern. So we have well over 2 hours. So I think we'll be good. I'm going to switch over to Mentimeter. All right, some of you already answered it. And these are all questions, in case College Board is listening, these are all questions that are publicly available. I didn't use the ones that the teachers are only supposed to use in their classroom, but they're all like super legit questions. I tried to pick ones that maybe challenge you a little bit. I look like I failed on this one because, as you can see, everybody, and you guys, hopefully you didn't Google it, picked Central Mexico, except for a few of you. And let me click on the correct answer. How do I click on the correct answer? Oh, show correct. Duh. There you go. You got it. Perfect. Here's another one. Green Revolution technology has resulted in which of the following in modern agriculture? I would definitely read through all the answer choices. A lot of times the students that know the most information often speed through questions too quickly, and they miss it. The development of high yield grains and the expansion of cultivated areas. And again, I'm going to go through these quickly just so we don't run out of time at the end. But anytime you see Green Revolution technology, you got to think more food, more food, more food, higher yields of crops, right? Green Revolution is just another way of saying like the third agricultural revolution, where India and other like less developed countries gained some access to Green Revolution technologies. And if you've never heard of that, the Green Revolution was essentially chemical fertilizers, hybrid seeds that were like more resistant to pests and weeds. And then I'm forgetting one: chemical fertilizers, hybrid seeds, and something else that I can't think of right now. Pesticides, like chemicals, like that you spray on the crops. So let's go to the next one. I think you guys got this. Show offs. All right, very good. You got it. And again, you can go back and pause these if you want. I have a quizzes that I'm going to share with you guys later that will have all these questions on it, just in case and I'll have some questions that covered Erica's units as well, like units 1 through 4, just so you can have some extra practice tonight or tomorrow morning as a refresher. All right, here's the next question. Land parcels in the American Midwest tend to be rectilinear because of which of the following? Rectilinear. Give you a few moments to answer. Oh, I could hide results. How do you like that? For all you people out there that are just watching, who selects first? I guess you already know this one, so I'll leave this one up. Don't be a follower. Be your own person. All right. Some of you are saying there were no mountains or rivers to use as boundaries. Yeah, I think there are rivers almost in every single state, but that's not a bad guess. But I think we got it. The federal system. The federal survey system adopted in the late 18th century imposed a geometric pattern on the landscape. So this would be like that grid-like pattern, right? Township and range. That's one of the most boring things in this class for me to teach, like the land use patterns, but you definitely got to know them. Township and range, and then you get the French long lot system, right? Where they literally had like these long lots that connected to rivers or roadways. And you got that random one called the meets and bounds survey system, to where they use rocks or other like trees to determine property lines. So if you've never heard of those before, go check them out. Google it or ask me when we go into Discord later. I'm going to hide the results. Let's see how you do now. Huh? Why is the traditional classification of agriculture as a primary economic activity a problem? I thought I hid the results when considering the geography of agriculture. I'll give you some time so you can read that. We have 139 people that have answered. Remember, I'm not sending these results to College Board. It will not affect your score. So just take your best educated guess. That's another thing to think about as you're doing this. Make sure you get 1 minute per question on the multiple choice section of the exam, right? 60 questions, 60 minutes. I'm good at math. Make sure you don't eat up like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes on any question. If you give it like 1 or 2 read-throughs and you don't know, circle it or put a star next to it or a dot next to it and go back later, because it'll just give you more anxiety if you just like obsess over a question and let it fester, and then 7 minutes later you still haven't answered it. All right, I'm going to put the results up. Let's see how we did. Woohoo! I could barely see that answer, but it says modern farmers are engaged in production, research, marketing, and some manufacturing of their products. So gone are the days where you're carrying your seed out there, just dropping it in the rows, and then planting and harvesting by hand. Modern farmers, especially in the United States, are doing a lot more than that. And we have a lot. I live in a kind of agricultural community, and I can see that there's so many jobs in the ag industry, and very few of them involve a ton of, like hard labor. There's still some of that involved, but not as much as in the past. All right. Which of the following statements best describes the impact of improvements in transportation systems on agriculture? And again, I hid the answer choices, so do your best after you read it. We got 39 answers. I could sing like the Jeopardy theme song. I should have had some music queued up. I guess I could. We got 244. I'm going to show it now just so we can keep the ball rolling here. Boom. Why isn't it showing? There it is. Corporate farms have gained a greater advantage over family farms. Again, that's what we were talking about earlier. Those commodity chains, how large agribusiness firms, they can afford like bigger machines, and in some cases they actually own like the big rigs and some of the transportation methods as well. Little guy can't stay ahead if you're doing it that way. That's why some farmers have resorted to community service, because community supported agriculture or small scale organic farming, because they can't compete with the big guys for our like the more traditional crops that we use. Okay, let's go to the next one. Von Thunen emphasized which of the following factors in his model of agricultural land use. I said this earlier. I hope you remember. I told you to highlight it. So let's see. I'm not going to sing Jeopardy this time because this one's going to be a little quicker, I think. All right, we already got 170. Whoa, 194 answers, 209. Let's show the results. Come on, who chose number? All right, that's okay. It happened. Your finger probably slipped if you didn't get this one. All right, here we go. Next one. Hide results. Oh, actually, we're done. Don't do that one yet. All right, I'm going to go back to sharing my screen here. So now we're going to do, just like Erica did earlier, we're going to do a little mini FRQ. So I'll leave this up here for a second, and then I'll have some sample responses from Harrison. I'll just flash the rubric answers up. But the one we're going to focus on here, hopefully your teacher hasn't used this one. I tried to find, again, FRQs that were publicly available, that I wouldn't get in trouble sharing online here, that hopefully your teachers maybe didn't use. So, but if it's something you've already seen, you can still practice. Explain how the process of globalization, like the increasing connectedness of the world, how has globalization contributed to the diffusion, the spreading of sugarcane from its hearth of domestication? Okay. Here's your timer. All right, let's see here. Okay, 40 seconds. 20 seconds, and then we'll look at a few of these responses. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blank. Let's switch over to Mentimeter. Oh shoot! Were you not able to? My bad. I forgot to move it. So I'm a newbie. I'm a rookie. I hope the CEO is not watching. Tell you what, instead of writing out the full answer, why don't you guys just give me 2 to 3 word answers that we can then expand upon. Looks like we did get some answers here. Sugarcane is wanted all over the world. Globalization contributed to the cause of diffusion of sugarcane by transporting it through trade. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I'm having trouble scrolling through these. But one thing I tell my students, even if I can't give a ton of feedback right now on some of these responses, it is a really good practice, like a best practice, just to go through the process of writing out a full FRQ or even a partial FRQ like we're doing right now in a time scenario, just so you're not freaking out and you practice your pacing. Because again, this is publicly available and you can find the answers and whatnot. But so let's move on. Let's go and look at Harrison's response over on Google Slide, and then I'll talk about that one a little bit. All right, so Harrison, explain how the process of globalization contributed to the diffuse of sugarcane from its hearth. Remember, hearth is starting point or origin of domestication. Globalization, as long ago as the early 1500s, has caused sugarcane to travel around the world and be consumed by new cultures. We definitely know that's true in the United States, right? We're like one of the, I think we consume more sugar than probably any other developed country in the world. My 9-year-old lives on sugar. Since its hearth of domestication in early agriculture, sugarcane was commonly farmed by black slaves in the New World, largely controlled by Europeans as an export for its cash crop value. I love that Harrison mentioned cash crop. Anytime you get a question about crops that are grown on a large scale, I'm blanking, plantation, you should try to drop the word cash crop, and knowing that those are crops that are made for profit, right? Large scale production, sugar, coffee beans, a lot of the tropical fruits that we consume. And this gives you credibility. I don't think he had to put cash crop, but it tells the AP reader that you know what you're talking about. So finishing up his response here, after it was grown in the New World, the Caribbean, and anytime you can give specific place-based examples, like he just specifically referenced New World and even more so the Caribbean, that's even better. It was transported to Europe, another place, to be traded across the continent and even to places in East Asia via the Silk Road. So he took more of a historical route, which is totally fine. Let's take a look at some of the other answer choices as well. So this is letter A. I'm not going to read through this, but you can pause this if you want to, like on the replay when it's on demand, and look at this. You can even ask me questions about this on Discord later, but we're going to go to letter B here. So this is what Harrison just responded to. So the globalization of culture, e.g. food preferences, because remember, you can have globalization like economics, a political culture. And so this is specifically asking about the globalization of culture in the context of food, because food, as Erica mentioned earlier, is a huge part of culture. So the globalization of culture has led to an increasing consumer demand for sugar. Like I said, we love sugar. To a diffusion of sugarcane, and that consumers have eagerly accepted and bought these products. Like I said, Mayfield's 9-year-old loves sugar. I love sugar. The best part of my childhood was going down to the corner store and buying a 2-liter of Pepsi and a bunch of sour candies. I got tons of cavities because of that. But what this is saying is, as sugar has spread more throughout the world, just like Harrison mentioned in his response, more people who previously didn't consume lots of sugar have become exposed to it. I don't care if you're from North America, South America, Africa, Asia, Europe, anywhere. People like sugar. It's something we all have in common. The second possible answer you could have taken, because remember, you only need like one part of these. The development of global supply chains has incentivized or has accelerated the diffusion of sugarcane from its hearth of domestication. So remember, supply chain. You see all this like interweaving of concepts here in this FRQ, knowing that not just a supply chain, not just a commodity chain, but a global supply chain has increased the amount of sugarcane being traded away from its hearth in the Caribbean. The global movement of people through exploration and immigration have contributed to the relocation diffusion of sugarcane. So this is kind of like partly what Harrison was getting at earlier. Like Columbus literally, if you didn't know, like he relocated, he moved. And when he moved, he found sugar, among other things. And then he eventually moved again back to Europe, like Harrison's response said. And sugarcane diffused, and Europeans liked it. And some of them got fat. Right? And then it spread eventually to the United States because we were a British colony before. But this isn't a history class, so don't focus too much on that. The fourth bullet point, the development of transportation technologies that has increased global trade, leading to the spread of, I think it should be of sugar products to all parts of the world. Okay, so again, the fact that we have airplanes and more important, like containerization, like those massive container ships. Most of what they're carrying in many cases is just like food, processed food, fresh food, okay? And then the last one, colonial or neo-colonial. If you forgot what neo-colonial means, that just means modern day colonialism. So colonial or neo-colonial economic systems have expanded the production and consumption of sugar to most parts of the world through trade and manufacturing. So again, this is sort of like what Harrison was saying as well. You know, the idea that you got Europeans relocating and colonizing other parts of the world. They're taking over countries. And this doesn't happen so much in our modern world, but it happened quite a bit, as Erica mentioned earlier, in the 15, 16, and especially like 17, 1800s, when you had the whole scramble for Africa, and Britain used to control India and other parts of the world. And they eventually brought sugar with them. So it originally was brought over, as a result of the Columbian Exchange. But then as European countries continued to gain colonies in like future centuries, part of that process was spreading sugar and other crops and other manufactured goods to those parts of the world as well. And then again, I'm not going to talk much about this. You can just pause this and read it on your own or ask me in Discord. So there you go. Letter C. Letter D, we're going to talk a lot about women and how like gender plays a role in the course exam description and what to look out for. And you can see that it was incorporated in this one as well. Letter E, let you just take a quick glance at that. Pause it and all right, I'm going to pause for a second. I got an announcement from the Harrison Burnside. He said, the TAs apologize if every question is not getting answered. There are too many pending questions and not enough time to get to everyone. We're working hard to get to the most, though. All right, so they're doing their best. We've got a ton of people on here. What I would recommend, guys, not Harrison, but all you AP huggers out there, is that you make sure you try to read through the questions that have already been answered and before like posting your question, because more often than not, you probably have other AP huggers that have already asked that question and that may have already been answered by some of the TAs. So let's try to help out Harrison and his team as we progress here. All right. I'll give you guys a break at the end if you want, but I think we're going to keep rolling here. We got 2 more units. We got just under 2 hours. I think we're going to do fine. And here we go. The Office, by far one of my favorite shows ever. That's why you'll see a lot of like GIFs or however you pronounce it. But here's Michael Scott when he was on one of his trips to corporate. visiting his favorite pizza joint in New York City. And the reason it's funny is because it's one of these commercial chains, right? It's not some like pizza place that's unique to New York that makes it like fun to go to. Nothing against Sbarro, you know, but I can get that pizza at the mall, you know, 10 minutes down the road here in Ripon, California. So he likes that pizza. So here are our big ideas for cities, for urbanization. You know, and these last 2 units might be especially important for some of you guys because you didn't have as much time this year if you've been learning online and maybe had some kind of hybrid schedule. So I'll do my best to explain this stuff as clearly as possible. And maybe you have questions for stuff that I like overlook or go too quickly on a little later. All right, it says it seems like people want a couple-minute break if possible. I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, all right. I don't have a timer, but I will play the Jeopardy song again. 2 minutes. Right. Dun, dun, dun. You got about 30 seconds. Dun, 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 dun. All right, there's our break. I know some of you out there, I'm going to give a shout out to one of my students, Spencer Radula. He's probably like just so angry right now that we took a break. This is the kid. I'm sure some of you guys are like, breaks are for the weak. We got to study. Or maybe some of you didn't study and you're thinking, we don't have time for a break. I procrastinated. But either way, it is good to take a break. And sometimes we forget to do that. And I think this is a good time to kind of plug a little SEL, a little mental health, a little rest. Make sure you go to bed at a decent hour tonight. I know a lot of you will like completely ignore that advice, but make sure you get some sleep. Doesn't matter how hard you've studied this year. If you get a bad night of sleep, you're going to have a harder time concentrating tomorrow on that test. It's literally going to make you dumber, even though you're really smart. So make sure you get sleep. Make sure you eat some food. Don't pull an all-nighter. People that say that works, they don't know science. I'm not even a scientist, and I know that. So make sure you take care of yourself. But we'll give some breaks. Just let Harrison know if you need a break a little later. And I could stay on a little later, too, if we have to. Okay. So I'm sure you're tired of looking at my bald, shiny head. So back to here. So let's go over the big ideas. Oh, wait a second. I need to share my screen again. All right, big idea number 1. How do physical geography and resources impact the presence and growth of cities? Big idea number 2, how are the attitudes, values, and balance of power of a population reflected in the built landscape? Ooh. Yeah, cultural landscape is huge to understand that concept. So we'll look at some urban cultural landscapes here in these next few slides. And then the last big idea, how are urban areas affected by unique economic, political, cultural, and environmental challenges? I'm going to say that's one of the most important because there are so many challenges, and we'll kind of hit that, I think, more towards the end of the slides. So here we go. I want to start this section with a couple maps. So it says, and notice, remember, anytime you get a stimulus, whether it's multiple choice or FRQ, make sure you read it. Duh, right? But some people don't. It's really important to understand that this exam is more than just a content-based exam. It doesn't matter how many times you read the AMSCO book, even if you memorized it like Spencer did, you got to know some of the skills too. And being able to like spatially analyze a map, or to analyze data in a chart or a graph or a photo when we talk about cultural landscapes is equally as important as just memorizing all of the stuff in the textbook. So you got a map people living in urban or rural areas. That's a hard one for me to say. In 1950, and what you'll notice, a whole lot of people living, like majority living in rural areas in the 1950. Again, I'm no mathematician, but this wasn't that long ago. What, 70 or so years ago? And most of the world was living in the countryside, right? Country roads take me home. You got the US and Canada and Western Europe, Chile, Argentina, some of the countries in South America, Australia, Japan, a few countries in Southwest Asia. But for the most part, it's a lot of blue here. What does that tell us? The countries that industrialized first were the countries that had more people living in cities. So you got to like spiral and connect a lot of these concepts that Erica covered earlier and that I'm covering now. And I'll try to like maybe illustrate some of those examples as we go. So we're going to have the same map, but we're going to fast forward to 2050, 100 years later. Boom. So again, we're only in 2021, but we're not that far from 2050. So you can see that almost every country in the world is going to have more people, at least 50% of its population living in urban regions, urban zones, either like in the city or right outside of a city by 2050. And so we want to know like why they're doing that, right? This whole class is about the why of where. Why are things where they are? Why is there more red coming to us in the future? And then also, why are some of these like countries in like Central and Eastern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, why are they still blue? Even in 2050, they're getting left out. And even some countries scattered throughout, various regions in Asia. So I'd argue you need to be able to link concepts to like these types of maps. Some concepts that I wrote down in my notes. What role has globalization played in what we see on this map? Big time. I'm not going to get into it right now, but how does this affect culture? Right? Remember, we have like economic globalization, like, where you have McDonald's and Nike all over the world, where you have clothing factories in like middle and low developed countries. But then you have cultural globalization as well. The fact that people that don't even speak English are watching movies and listening to music that are in English in other parts of the world. And they want to learn English because of that. Population. What does this mean for population? If more people are living in the cities, what's going on in like rural regions? Like the farms disappear like entirely? How do we get food? Migration. Did this result in a lot of people moving? Probably. I mean, we know that there's a lot of rural to urban migration happening because, as we see on this map. What are they doing though? And how's this going to affect the cities? How's this going to like put pressure on the cities? Agriculture. How are we going to feed people? You can't grow crops in the city, or maybe can you? Are we going to have like skyscraper farms in urban areas in the future? We don't really know. It's kind of like I said earlier with von Thunen. He couldn't have imagined refrigerated trucks and airplanes flying stuff around, even crops in some cases. We might have like vertical farms, and we already have some of that in some parts of the world, but it might be more of like a norm in the future to adapt to what we see on this map. And then economic development. This basically means that more communities throughout the world, more countries are becoming more developed, because we know from like the demographic transition and our discussions on economic development that people move to cities as countries develop more, and they leave their farms and go to cities. So keep all that in mind. That was kind of a mouthful, but here we go. All right, so megacities and metacities. Definitely want to make sure you know the difference between the two. Megacities, 10 or more million. So 10 million or more people, if we're talking about megacities. You can see the population numbers in this really nice map here. And if you're looking at, okay, where are most of the megacities in the world? And you can see there's a few in the United States. You got LA and New York, but that's it. Mexico City, you got a few in South America, but they're mainly clustered in Asia. What the heck's going on here? Why are there so many megacities there? You don't see any in Europe. This might surprise you. Why don't you see any in Africa? Weird. Don't they have lots of babies there? Don't they have high fertility rates? Okay. So we'll talk about like some trends going off of that as well. And then you got to know what meta cities are. They're almost the same word, right? It's literally like one letter different. Meta cities are cities that have 20 or more million people, and there are not a lot of those in the world. I mean, you got a few on this map, but when we talk about them in the context of the AP exam, you're basically going to have the same challenges, whether it's a megacity or metacity. They all have challenges, and they're going to be similar. And then you got to be able to answer the question: why are most of these cities, these massive cities, in less developed regions? You got to be able to ask that. Why? The why of where. If you can do that, you're going to kill this unit. All right, here we go. Suburb sprawl and edge cities. You got this hip guy with a polo having a good time on a Saturday in the suburbs. He's probably got his Traeger or his Green Mountain grill out, smoking some like pork ribs, and he's happy. He's feeling it. So up in the blue box, it says the processes of suburbanization, sprawl, and decentralization. And what we mean by decentralization is like people leaving the center of the city and living outside of the city. So those things have created new land use forms, including edge cities, exurbs, and boom burbs. And most importantly, new challenges. You can memorize the definitions to edge cities, exurbs, and boom burbs, but you got to know like what challenges they present more so than anything. All right, so here we go. I'll define those three first. Edge city is basically a suburb, like a suburban community, with services that used to be concentrated in the central business district. Right? So as people moved out of the original central business district and they started living in the communities like you see in the background picture, that's like a suburban community, and these cookie cutter houses, perfect lawns and swimming pools in some cases. So as people moved out into these suburban communities, eventually businesses realized, hey, we can relocate our businesses. We can stop paying the high rent prices in the central business district, and we can move out to the suburbs because there's lots of people there. There's lots of guys like the guy that's dancing in this picture. This guy's got money. He's probably like some tech worker, right? Or some like dorky teacher like Mayfield and Erica. But they got some money. So why are we paying like really high rent in the city when we can go and like purchase office space near these suburban communities and still survive economically as a business? And eventually enough of that happened to where you had these edge cities developed, where you had suburbs and businesses closely located to these suburbs. And they're usually located near like major highways. An exurb is basically a high income community just beyond the suburban communities. I don't think you would really consider this like a rural region, but it's people that want to get away from the suburban lifestyle and have even more open space, and they got the money to do it. And then a boom burb is basically a fast growing suburb. Very similar. So all three of those are very similar. What I want you to know, what are the challenges that they present? Okay. And we're going to get into those challenges a little later, but real quickly, I'll tell you that you got to build more roads, which leads to more traffic, which leads to more congestion, more pollution. You have to like extend infrastructure. Like you got to bring like electrical grids to these communities, plumbing, other kinds of like communication infrastructure, internet services, and all that stuff costs money, and sometimes damages the environment. And then we'll go back to suburban challenges later on. You also got this galactic city model, guys. There was a whole FRQ on this model not too long ago. Why is it called the galactic city model? Well, if you look at it, it's kind of like a galaxy, right? You got the original CBD in the middle, but then you have all these other like planets essentially surrounding the original CBD. You have little pockets of edge cities and smaller CBDs, and you got like airports, and all of these things. You got universities are like surrounding the CBD. So everything used to be concentrated in the CBD or near it. And what happened over time, like I said earlier, is businesses moved out, and that eventually led to more people moving out. And some people were already in the suburbs, but it led to more people moving out of the center of the city. And so they developed this model in like the 50s or 1960s to kind of reflect how people had moved away from the CBD. And we'll talk more about all the other models later, but I just wanted to give a little plug there. So the galactic city model, if you're going to remember it by one thing, remember that it happened as the suburbs were growing. That's what caused, I forget the guy's name, but it's what caused this model to be like created. Okay. World cities. All right, so world cities are also known as global cities. Okay, and I want to make sure, that's kind of like blurry, my bad. I want to make sure that you know that world cities are not always megacities. They're not interchangeable. Now, there are some megacities, megacities, remember, 10 million or more people, that also are considered global cities, but they're not automatic. So make sure you can differentiate the difference between global cities and megacities. One thing that I'd say is most global cities are located in more developed countries. New York City's a global city. London is a global city. Okay, and there are a handful of others. You can just like Google global city examples and it'll give you a big list. Megacities, like I said earlier, are mainly in like semi-periphery, those middle developed countries, or sometimes in periphery countries. Where like you have a lot of people leaving their farms and working in like low wage factory jobs, to where they're just pouring into cities as they leave the agricultural labor because it pays like little to nothing. And then you got a picture of the United Nations building here. You can see like the different flags. This is in New York City, right? So you got to make sure you know characteristics of world cities. So here are some other things you should jot down if you've never heard of this or if you forgot. What else would you find in world cities? Major stock exchanges, major banking and financial institutions. There's a lot of money being exchanged in these urban areas. And so the banks got to be there. That's what banks do. They give out money. The headquarters of supranational organizations like the United Nations are located in world cities, global cities, where you have lots of representatives from all over the world coming and meeting together. You're not going to do that in Oklahoma. Nothing against like my hickabilly relatives that live in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. People are like the nicest in the world, but it's not a good location for a world city. International airports would be another big one you'd find in global cities, right? Duh, global city, international, city connection. All right. Now we're going to move to central place theory. This is another thing like aquaculture that if I had to like take an educated guess as to what I thought would be on the FRQ, it would be this one because it's never been on the FRQ section. So maybe, man, you're going to love me if I'm right, but maybe this will be on the FRQ this year, but it probably won't be because I'm always wrong. But why in the heck is there a guy there spraying gas out of his tank there? So it says the principles that are useful for explaining the distribution and size of cities. That's what we're doing here. Why are cities spread out the way that they are? And why are they the size that they are? So we want to know about rank size rule and the primate city. Rank size rule, excuse me, I took a little mini break there. Rank size rule is basically characteristic of the distribution you find in more developed countries. Like to where you don't really have a lot of like real large cities right next to each other. Like I'm in California and you have San Francisco in the Bay Area, right? Like on the coast. And Los Angeles is all the way on the other side of the state, right? There's like hundreds of miles in between our two largest cities. But then you got like, if you took a road trip from San Francisco to Los Angeles, you'd run into all sorts of like middle, like medium size and small size like cities and towns. And that would be most representative of rank size distribution. And it's usually indicative of countries that are more economically developed. Now the primate cities, countries that have a primate city, like Mexico is a great example. Mexico City, it's like a medium developed country, right? It's like stage 3 country in the demographic transition. Mexico City, that's where everything is like clustered. All the like top educational institutions are clustered there. Most of the best jobs are clustered in Mexico City, and most of the people live there. So primate city, if you forgot, it basically means like if a country's like most populated city is at least double the size of the second largest city, that's considered a primate city. Now, why is that bad? Well, if you don't live in or near Mexico City, and maybe you live like in northern Mexico, like in some rural town, rural village out like in the countryside, maybe you're like a corn farmer or something. And if you start to have a heart attack, you're in trouble because you got like a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hour drive to get to Mexico City where the good doctors are. You don't want somebody cutting into your chest, right? If they like stayed at a Holiday Inn the night before, you want somebody that actually knows what they're doing. And unfortunately, all of like the high level services are clustered in primate cities. So keep that in mind. And again, we can go in more detail later. I won't talk about the gravity model on this slide, but central place theory, I have no idea why I put TikTok on here. There was a reason, I promise, but I forgot. Central place theory is the theory that tries to explain why cities are distributed the way that they are, and they use hexagons. The two concepts that you need to burn into your brain for this one is range and threshold, right? So if you forgot what these mean, that's why I put the gas station here. Range is the distance a person is willing to travel to obtain a service. A gas station does not have a large range. I can go to the gas station. We got like 8 gas stations in my town. We only have like 20,000 people in a small little agricultural town. I'm not going to go to San Francisco to fill up my tank. That's stupid. I would like burn all my gas on the way there and the way back. I can just go down the road and fill up at my local gas station. Now, if I wanted to go watch the San Francisco Giants, especially because they're in first place right now, I hope I just made a bunch of Dodgers fans angry, then I would definitely drive. Like professional sporting events have way longer ranges because I don't want to go to some minor league game in Modesto down the road here. I don't care about the minor leagues. I want to see I want to see the professionals. I want to go like to the ballpark like I used to go with my dad, and I'm willing to pay money and pay $45 to park every once in a while to do that. So that has a larger range. People are willing to travel further. Now, threshold is the amount of population required to keep a business like viable. Again, going back to our gas station example, gas stations have very low thresholds. You do not need to have a large population to survive as a gas station. Why? Even if you only have like 500 people in your town, those people are driving more likely than not, and they're driving on a regular basis, and they need gas. So they're going to do business with you over and over and over again. A lot of small towns have like dental offices because people need to keep their teeth clean. And you don't usually have to go like to you usually don't have to like travel hundreds of miles to go to the dentist. But if we talk about specialized medical services, like a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon, like I mentioned a minute ago, those have much higher thresholds because most of us aren't getting heart surgery in the next few minutes or even the next few days, hopefully. But when you do, you're willing to travel, even to the Bay Area, if it's in my case. Again, I don't want to go to the local like family care physician and watch him get his scalpel out and cut my chest open. That's not safe. I want him to stay away from me. I want to go to like the Stanford heart physician, the guy that cut my brother's brain open when he had a tumor and he's still alive. We want to go to those specialists. Those kind of services have much higher thresholds. So basically what that means is you need more people. You need to like be in market areas where there are larger populations because you have fewer people accessing your services on a regular basis compared to like the gas station example. So central place theory essentially argues that, you know, there are a whole bunch of central places. Every one of those hexagons, no matter what size, you can see they overlap, have their own market areas. And people are willing to go out of their market area for certain services, like the examples that I gave. But for a lot of services, like the gas station and the dentist example, people are going to stay in their market area. Remember, the market area is just the white area surrounding that pink dot. It's also called the hinterland, right? And this is kind of a trippy image because it keeps like overlapping and overlapping. But if you understand what those hexagons mean, then you got it. And if you're confused on this one, ask me in Discord later, or if we have extra time at the end, I can have Harrison post some questions. But I think we're good on that one for now. All right, so here's the gravity model. This is like a tough one for me to teach, so I'll do my best. For some reason, I don't feel like I do a great job on this in my classroom, but I'm trying. I'm gonna take a quick drink of water. All right, so what I did, I found a released FRQ. I think it's the only FRQ that's ever covered the gravity model, at least like in part, and I only put one part of it. So it says, explain the processes that contribute to the general patterns of migration within the U.S. shown on the map in the terms of each of the following. That's one thing to keep in mind. Just like this question, this is a migration question, but it ties in concepts from other chapters: economic development, population, friction of distance, right? This is related to like what Erica covered back in Unit 1 with the distance decay, the concept of distance decay. Like the more distance there is between people or places, the more friction it creates. That's why you should usually stay away from long-term relationships because they almost never work out. But I hope I didn't break anybody's heart just now. So how does the gravity model relate to this question? So you notice I highlighted friction of distance because the other two don't really relate to it. But you can see like it has net in migration and net out migration. So all that means, net in migration, just means there are more people migrating into some of these areas than migrating out. And I don't want to confuse you and get too deep into this. I mainly want you to know what the gravity model is. And here it is down here. This is like just a brief summary. Hopefully it helps. The gravity model essentially argues that the larger the cities there are, the more interaction they're going to have. So there's more interaction between larger cities. If the greater distance between cities, the less interaction. So I'll say that slightly different. And I'll say it slowly in case you're taking notes. The size and distance between cities determines the level of interaction. The size and distance between cities determines the level of interaction between those cities. Now this can also be applied to migration. If you look at this map, like the gravity model can be applied to a lot of different things. So it says people will migrate to the darker shaded areas because the degree of interaction is higher. So mainly what you need to try to remember is that size of cities and the distance between them are what determines the level of interactions between people and businesses. And hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. If it doesn't, we'll talk more later. All right, moving on. Urban models. And yes, those are urban models. Look at them. Look at them. Like so serious. You can see the urban area in the background, right? And you got these super hip models, right? This has literally like almost nothing to do with the slide, but I thought you guys needed a little comic relief, right? And guys, I'm sure you appreciate Rihanna looking right into your eyes, right? She likes you. Boom. The urban models are what freak a lot of students out because there's like, I think 7 of them. And what I wanted to do, and this is what I tell my students, I wanted to try to simplify this. Like if you just want to geek out, memorize them. If you can like sketch them out and label them, that's super legit. But if you can't do that, or if it's too late in the game for that, I would argue you usually would not have to know that much about every single urban model to do well on the multiple choice and the FRQ in case they end up. So look at this. Models and theories that are useful for explaining internal structures of cities include the Burgess concentric zone model, 1, the Holt sector model, 2, the Harris and Ullman multiple nuclei model, 3, the galactic city model, 4, the bid-rent theory, which is not a model, it's just a theory, and urban models drawn from Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Whew, 7 models plus bid-rent. All right, here we go. So what I think you should be able to do, be able to compare and contrast these categories. And I'm going to break these down a little bit. So get your pencil out. So when you're thinking about all the models, I want you to think about the peripheries of these models. Right? Periphery just means like the outer edges of the models. And you need to think, well, 4 of these models are from MDCs. Burgess model, the Hoyt model, the Harris and Ullman model, and the galactic city model. And in every single one of those models, as you get further away from the city, the income levels of people living outside the cities is higher. You have suburbs eventually develop when we're talking about like the multiple nuclei model and the galactic city model. But if you look at LDCs, the opposite is the case. As you get further and further away from the center of the city, you see like squatter settlements. You see what they call disamenity zones, where like maybe you have running water, maybe you don't. Maybe you got to go and like go number 2 in a hole that you dug out with some shovel because you don't have any indoor plumbing. So compare those. Make sure you know that, okay, the models in the MDCs have like nicer housing and higher income individuals living outside on the outer edges in the suburbs. But in the LDCs, it's the opposite. You get some sketchiness happening in the peripheries of LDCs. And then the second one, the central business districts. Know where they are and know how many there are. If we're talking about the Burgess model, there's only one CBD because there weren't any like suburbs that even existed when that model was created back in the 1920s. So you had one CBD and it was in the center. Remember, this is the one that kind of looks like the von Thunen model. It's just like an urban model. The Hoyt sector model, which is the one that I have on this slide, you see that, again, you have one CBD. This is like the most boring image. This is the only one that was copyright free that I could find. But one CBD, it's in the middle. And again, you got these wedges, right? The sector model, these are sectors. And then when you get into some of these other ones, we start seeing when the suburbs develop, you start seeing like the central business district become less relevant. The central business district, remember how I talked about how they like services, like businesses left and they formed in these edge cities. That reflects like the moving away from the CBDs. And so you had like smaller CBDs develop around the original CBD. And then when you get to the models for Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa, most of those have like more than one CBD. And that connects with like this 4th bullet point. Why do they have more than one CBD? Well, remember when like we talked about colonialism and when Erica talked about colonialism, you had like Britain and France and all kinds of other powerful European countries literally go and colonize or take over land in these parts of the world. And they weren't doing it out of the best interests of the Africans or the Asians that they were conquering. And so what developed were like cities that were more reflective of European culture and European like economic interests. And even though those Europeans no longer have control of these countries, you can still see them by looking at the CBD. So you have like a European CBD in Latin America and many of the Latin American cities, but definitely on the Latin American city model. You see that in all these models. And that simply reflects like the role that colonialism plays. Okay, I hope that helped a little bit. Again, if you got specific questions about the models, come on down later and we'll talk more about the models. But one more thing. if you're writing this down, you generally don't need to know about like specific years on this exam, but I think it's helpful to know like the general like decade then that these models were created. Like for the 4 models that are part of the CBD. Ooh, my Slack is looking kind of weird. I hope everything's okay. Yes, am I still here? I hope you guys can still hear me. Internet's still good. Good. Sorry, guys. Okay. So what I was saying is make sure you know that the Burgess model was developed in the 1920s. And then the Hoyt sector model was developed in the 1930s. And what you're going to see here is as people move, the urban models of the United States, they change to reflect the movement of the people. And where you really see a big change is when you get to the multiple nuclei model, which was created in the 1940s. What was happening in the 1940s? We had like early suburbanization happening. We had people leaving the center of the cities and living further away in like these suburban communities. And again, that was the 1940s. And then we got the galactic city model 20 years later in 1960. And that was just like an extension of the multiple nuclei model. As more and more, primarily white people, moved out of the cities and into the suburbs, they created a model to reflect those changes and those movements. All right, urban sustainability. This is a big one. I'm going to read these up top on the top right and then explain these pictures. We're almost done with Unit 6, and I think we're doing pretty good on time. So this slide is all about like the reactions of some of the negative things that we see in cities. The first picture up here is a layout of a new urban community. And you can see that you have different like sections, different zones. You got urban zones, general urban zones, but then you got the suburban zones over here, and even what they would call a rural zone. But this is where people are living. And the big thing to remember about new urbanism is walkability. Like we had that silly little GIF on the bottom there. The idea that we want to get more cars off the roads and increase the amount of like walking space and increase the amount of people maybe using public transportation, because there's so many problems that become associated with urban growth. But if we can get more people walking around, they'll be healthier, they'll be happier, they'll talk to each other when they're walking outside, as opposed to just like driving their cars into their garages, you know, and waving, or maybe like doing something, you know, like flipping off their neighbor that they don't like. Hopefully nobody does that. So walkability is a big part. Make sure you know that there was an entire FRQ a few years back just on new urbanism. And a lot of people got surprised by it, myself included. On the bottom left, we have kind of one of the drawbacks of new urbanism. Most of you would probably say this is a pretty boring looking community, or a really boring looking building. It's got like really bland colors. Erica talked about a sense of place earlier on like one of the FRQs, and this is a great way to like connect it to that. So some of these new urban communities that are being built, they're good in a lot of ways. They create more walkability. You have like mixed use buildings, like you see on that bottom right picture, to where you have people living like upstairs in some of these buildings, and they have businesses in the bottom. Maybe you go get an enchilada at the, you know, local taqueria, and you hang out with people, and then you go back and you just have to walk upstairs to your apartment. But if you look at the picture on the bottom left, sometimes the way they rebuild these buildings or modify them, it loses all the character. Instead of having a sense of place, like what draws so many people to the city, because cities are unique and awesome and they're diverse. This is like anything from, you know, this is like the opposite of diverse. This is boring, you know, unless you like earthy tones and really boring architecture. This probably isn't for you. So people feel like it takes away from that concept of sense of place in some of these new urban communities. So you lose the character that so many people love about cities. Okay, hope that makes sense. Yeah, urban challenges, so important. Okay, so I'm going to highlight 3 of them here. On the left side, you got like this old, like, I think it was a newspaper or magazine clipping, looks like a newspaper, the Saturday Evening Post. And it says a Chicago real estate agent who moves Negro families into all white blocks reveals how he reaps enormous profits from racial prejudice. So the why of where, right? Why are the inner cities heavily populated by persons of color? Well, this is part of it. We tend to forget this or ignore it or just ignorant of it. But this whole class is the why of where. Why are people living where they are? This has got to be part of that answer. If you don't know what blockbusting is, it's not a movie rental business. There's only one of those left, and Netflix has replaced it. But blockbusting is literally when real estate agents use like racial tension and fears of persons of color to like initiate what we would call white flight from urban communities. And here's what happened. And this is totally illegal, but they did it anyways. You'd have a real estate agent that would basically tell the white members of a community in a city that, hey, you need to sell. You need to sell your home and get out of here quickly, because if you don't, you're going to be living with a bunch of African Americans. And I know you don't want to do that, because you know why? It's going to drop the property value of your home. And then you're going to get stuck in this home and you won't be able to afford to live here. And then you'll be stuck with a bunch of people that you don't like, because it was like rampant racism. I know we still have some issues with racism to this day. We've made some progress, but racism definitely played a role in forcing a lot of these white people out of the cities and into the suburban communities. This is like one of those things that helps us understand why so many suburbs were originally made up primarily of white persons. So they busted up the block. The picture in the background is a map of that shows redlining. Redlining is in like the same category, but this is when you had like banks that would draw lines, like literally draw red lines on areas of a city, like neighborhoods within a city, that they would refuse to provide loans to. Why do you need a loan, whether you're black, white, or any other color, to purchase a house? Or if you live in a house that's kind of run down, to like renovate a house. So banks sometimes were worried that low-income individuals, and they especially targeted persons of color, wouldn't be able to pay these loans back. And they also wanted to prevent persons of color from being able to get a loan that would allow them to move into other neighborhoods that were maybe more diverse and more, were like more middle to upper income families, which were usually white at that time where they lived. And then another challenge, and this is listed, as my dad would say, Tupac Shakur, right? And the correct pronunciation is Tupac. And I know you guys are laughing at me at home, but that's okay. I'm an adult now. You can laugh at me all you want. But you don't want to run into this guy and his boys, at night in the periphery of a favela, right? Or a squatter settlement. You don't want to be found in the inner city of an American city in the wrong hood, right? Because these guys, as you can see in his facial expression, they're not happy that you're on their territory. And what I'm trying to get at here is that crime is rampant in cities. But why? Is it because people like this are bad? No, it's because there's lower income levels, right? And we can't get into the history behind all of this, but when you have a concentration of people, regardless of their skin color, who are low income, all clustered together in the same neighborhoods, that often leads to crime because they get desperate, right? They feel like they've been cheated. They feel like they've gotten the short end of things. And sometimes they have to steal. And sometimes they have broken families. And that leads to all sorts of problems and people dropping out of school and getting into gangs because they're sometimes like their mom or dad left the family and they need support. So all that, these are all challenges in urban areas. All right. And then the last slide for this one, just continuing on the urban challenge theme, gentrification, right? So I got a great picture up here in the upper left, a side-by-side, where you see a kind of rundown set of buildings here in an urban area. And then the second side, you see a renovated. You get to look closely, but it's painted, the windows are repaired, it's been gentrified. Gentrification essentially is when yuppies, these young urban professionals, fresh out of college, they don't have any kids, but they got tons of money. When they go and invest money into communities like you see on the left, and they like basically renovate buildings because they like that brick. They like those buildings that have a lot of architectural character. They don't want to go live in a new urban neighborhood that looks like a suburb in the city. They want what you see on the right, What's the problem with that, though? That's good because there are pros and cons here, but I'm going to argue that it's way worse than good, because one argument could be gentrification actually helps people, but who does it help? It raises the property value of those buildings because they're putting money into these buildings and they're making them more valuable. So cities can increase the property taxes, and whoever owns those buildings, they're going to have to jack the rent up, right? Because they just spent a ton of money making it look nice. So that's where we get into the negative, like the dark side of gentrification. And you see on the upper right, you see the rent going up, the taxes going up. And you got this sad family who's got a newborn, little Johnny in there maybe, or little Susie, walking out of the city because what happened? They can't afford the rent anymore because their building got gentrified, and now their rent went from like maybe $800 a month to maybe like $1,600 a month or more. Okay. And so they get priced out. So this is like the dark negative side of gentrification. So, and then you just see in the bottom there, we need social housing. We need the government to provide housing, not yuppie apartments like the one we see in that first picture up top. Okay, so that's gentrification. All right, this is truly the last slide, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of a breather. Okay. You got Greta there screaming at the world because of how polluted the world has become, and she's putting it on us, and she's partially right, guys, right? So just kind of finishing up this concept of urban challenges. We talked about the challenges of suburban sprawl. Like, what are the negatives? What are the drawbacks when we have quickly spreading suburban communities? We got to build more roads. We got to build more power lines. We got to build more everything, more pollution, more traffic. Remember, think about the social effects. I hate traffic. I don't know about you guys, but people that commute and are stuck in traffic every single day, they're not seeing their families. They're not seeing their kids. They're probably cursing at the people, in front of them. And that could do a lot to your mental health too. So there's economic and social costs. And then the last thing I want to cover, especially because this was on part of an FRQ recently, was this concept of brownfields. A brownfield is what you see on the left here. It's basically, and you see these a lot, like in the upper Midwest, kind of Rust Belt region, where a lot of factory jobs have been like outsourced to middle to low developed countries. And sorry, I just got a notification, so I had to pause there. They're basically where factories used to be located that are no longer in operation. And in some cases, like maybe they're like destroy the factory and just a big pile of dirt and weeds, or the factory's just sitting there rotting away. Sometimes like the soil is like toxic and has to be cleaned up. But what the FRQ a few years ago asked about was like, how can brownfields be repurposed? Like, what are cities doing to revitalize landscapes like what you see on the left? And boom, you see like this renewed, the same exact space. And I found this like on some company website, and they gave me permission to share this. But this is kind of like their vision for like this brownfield space on the left, is to create like this vibrant, walkable, like open space that people living in these urban communities can go and, go out and get some frozen yogurt, some froyo, right? Or maybe go to the arcade or do some shopping or whatever else is over here. All right, I'm going to pause there. I'll give you, 2 or 3 minute break, and then we'll do some questions. Because Harrison said it seems like people want to break around the Unit 6 FRQ. Ask and you shall receive. And I'm going to play my favorite song for you guys. I don't even know if my students know this. We didn't have time to play music in class this year. Here we go. This will jack you up for the last unit. I'm going to let this play through just so you guys can have a little bit of a breather. And I love the song. Eye of the tiger. We got 90 seconds till we're going to start again. Okay. $22 left, so finish the last bite of that banana or swallow that whatever you're drinking. Here we go. I hope that pumped you up as much as it did me. I love the Rocky movies. I don't know if you guys like Rocky, but you got to kind of act like that guy, right? Because he was the underdog. And a lot of you freshmen, especially freshmen, I know it's not just a freshman course, but if you're a freshman taking this class, you feel like an underdog right now. You feel like you're going to lose this fight. And, you know, if you do, so what? Rocky lost a lot of fights, but he came back, did his best, and he solved communism. If you saw part 4, he beat that big Russian dude, and all the Russians that hated him ended up liking him. We're going to like you no matter what, because the test results are not going to define you. So just do your best, and here we go. But remember, Rocky Balboa, that would be a good day before the exam prep activity. Watch Rocky 3 or 4. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to do a few practice questions. And boom. All the following have helped create ghettos in North American cities except. And if you need more of a break, just don't answer these. You can watch other people. We got 81 answering, 87. Some of you guys are still on your restroom break. A few more seconds. I don't want to eat up too much time. We've got one more unit, so I'm going to show these answers. Boom. Most of you got it. Economic enterprise zones. So those other 4 answers did help create ghettos. Remember, ghettos are just like clusters within a city, usually not like for the wrong reasons. You had like school district boundaries being drawn, you know, sometimes with like racism in mind. The clustering or concentration of public housing and social services. If you ever heard of the concept projects, like we live in the projects, they're referring to like government funded housing, as in housing projects. And often those housing projects were of poor quality, and they just like concentrated a lot of low income individuals and families into one area, which usually leads to crime, regardless of skin color. But in many cases, because of the things I told you earlier, they, they often were made up of persons of color. And then we talked about redlining and blockbusting. All right, next question. Which of the following is a true statement about classic models of city structure? I didn't talk a lot about thee. That's why I put this in here. But this is a great example of the type of question they would ask you about the urban models. We got 130 something that have answered. Let's go. Let's do it. Remember, you don't want to spend more than like 1 or 2 minutes at the most on these questions. All right, we're almost up to 200. I'm going to show the results. Boom! This is a good sign. The sector model is highly influenced by transportation patterns. Remember, why? Remember, that was the second model that was created in the 1930s. Why did we have a new model? Well, because transportation, like technology, became more common. This is like in the 1920s, Henry Ford mass-produced the Model T. More people had access to automobiles than ever before. So what happened? People started driving. Duh, that's what you do with a car. And that affected where people lived within the cities. And so we saw the creation of the sector model to reflect those changes in transportation. All right, next question. Which of the following best describes? Be careful when it says best describes. That usually means that there's like at least 2, at least partially correct answers. Best describes the process of gentrification in the US and Canadian cities. We got about 50 people that have answered. We're into the hundreds, 150. Come on now, what do you think? And I'm going to show the results. Boom, that was easy. So it looks like we got 2 answers. Let's talk about that 4th one. Some people said the expansion of suburban housing developments on the urban periphery. All right, so the question asks, which of the following best describes the process of gentrification? And I think what people were thinking with that last answer was that, well, suburbs are on the outside of the city, and gentrification causes people to be displaced or forced out of the city. The only problem here is, remember, suburban communities are like middle to high income communities. So when lower income individuals and families are like victims of gentrification, they're not moving to the suburbs. They can't afford it. In most cases, they usually move to into a lower income region of the city that they're already living in. So hopefully that makes sense. You can ask me later if it doesn't. I often don't make sense. The multiple nuclei model of city structure tends to be most applicable to which of the following? And again, since these are publicly available, your teachers maybe you've seen these. Maybe somebody posted them on Quizlet or something. I don't know. I don't care. It's still a good review either way. Remember the multiple nuclei model, that was the one that was developed in the 1940s. Hopefully that should give it away if you know what was happening in the 1940s and 1950s. Suburbanization. All right, so we got almost 200. I'm gonna click it on 200, and boom. Yes, newer, fast-growing cities. Very good. I'm not even going to talk about this one because I want to make sure that we have time at the end. All right. Squatter settlements exist in cities of less developed countries because, remember, squatter settlements are like illegal, basically like illegal shanty towns, illegal slums where people just like squat on the land, where they live on the land illegally because nobody tells them they can't. So why do we find those in less developed countries? All right, we got over 200. Let's see here. Gosh, I thought these would be somewhat challenging. All right, we had two. Let's pick the one that says 36. So some people chose people want to live near the center of the city where jobs are located. Well, yeah, that's true. People do sometimes want to live near the center of the city where the jobs are. The problem is that there aren't enough. Remember, these are less developed countries. There aren't enough jobs for one thing. And there especially isn't enough like housing to fit all of those people in the center of the city. Now, just because you want something doesn't mean that you can like make that a reality. So the correct answer, affordable housing is not available elsewhere for new migrants to the city. So lots of people, remember, these are people that are in like semi-periphery or semi-developed countries where lots of factory jobs are available in the cities. And you have lots of small farmers leaving their farms, like ditching their lives on the farm in the countryside and moving to the urban areas, rural to urban migration. And it's overwhelming the infrastructure of these cities, okay? Or if there is a housing available, they can't afford it because they're poor farmers. So what do? They turn around and they go and squat on the peripheries of these cities. And again, the word that we use in Brazil for like Brazilian cities are favelas. I just wanted to say that because I can say it with flavor. Favela. Okay, here we go. Next question. Nope, we're not going to do that one yet. All right, back to the CRAM. I'm not giving you another break because I just gave you one a minute ago. So suck it up. We only got like 51 minutes left. Uh-oh, that's not what I meant to do. All right, we'll go quickly on this one. Just put a short answer. So it says, in the last half of the 20th century, some U.S. cities experienced decline due to deindustrialization. Make sure you know that word. And loss of population due to suburbanization. To counteract the inner city decline, urban planners have embraced new urbanism and mixed-use development to attract residents back to the city. So letter C says, explain one benefit. Just give me one. You can even just list this if you want. One benefit of mixed-use development in promoting urban growth. Why is it good to have a mixture of development? What I mean by that, why do you want to have like commercial and residential areas combined? How is that a good thing? How does that benefit people? So I'm going to kind of read these as you just type. Somebody's, I love you. Okay. Well, just like School of Rock. Well, I won't say that. That's probably a little too silly for this. It stops urban sprawl. Yep. Different ethnicities to bring diversity. Heck yeah. Diversity is usually viewed as a good thing. Walkability. Hashtag walkability, right? I live down like in the downtown area of our small little rural town, and I can walk everywhere. I walk to school. I walk to church. I walk to the local like grill. I walk to the dentist, and I love it. Even though I don't live in a big city, there's like major walkability happening in my life. And what happens is I talk to people, I run into people, right? Which is great. And I'm healthier. It's nice to get outside and enjoy the sun and the breeze. I don't know why it's not letting me scroll through your guys' answers. Maybe I have to click. I don't know. Maybe Harrison or somebody that's smarter than me. It won't let me scroll through the live results. But some of these answers that I can see are really good. Oh, I see 206 answers. Maybe Mentimeter is just a little overwhelmed at the moment. But I cannot see anything, so I'm going to have to move on. Again, I'd be happy to give you specific FRQ feedback on Discord a little later. But let's look at the answers, the possible answers that could have worked here. Ooh, some of these moved up. It said increased sustainability in green areas. Yeah, like more room for parks and like green areas, so we don't have like these massive concrete jungles in these areas. Here are the answers. So I'm just going to, whoops. Here's Harrison's answer. A benefit of mixed-use development would be reducing pollution in urban areas. Yes. Attaboy Harrison. When mixed-use developments are created, similar to new urbanism, people live in the same place as many restaurants, businesses, boutiques. We love our boutiques, and more amenities like public transit that will allow them to walk and bus more while driving cars less. This lessened use of cars reduces the pollution in urban areas. That's darn near perfect. And you can answer it a couple different ways, but I love this answer. And I like how we call in the AP world, how he closed the loop. He started his answer with reducing pollution. And I also love how he actually rephrased the task right at the beginning. A benefit of mixed use. Like he literally, like, you got to kind of write like a robot on these FRQs. Don't get all like essay on us. Nobody cares about your big vocabulary. I mean, some people do, like your English teacher and probably like your mom and dad, but the graders don't. So a benefit of mixed use development would be, so start your answers off just like Harrison did and then finish it off, right? This lessen the use of cars reduces the pollution in urban areas. So the problem that some students have sometimes, just to throw in a little FRQ tips and tricks, is that they make claims just like you do in any like writing assignment, and you just leave the reader hanging. You leave your teacher hanging. Especially if it asks you to explain something, make sure you throw an example in there. And he did that. He gave a bunch of examples. You got restaurants and businesses and boutiques. And then he even talked about walkability and fewer cars and how all that stuff's good and it reduces pollution. It's like a win-win-win-win-win. If you want to like watch this on demand, these are just goals of the new urbanism movement. You can pause this if you want to watch it later or take a screenshot of it, but I'm going to take this off in about 3 seconds. We don't got time for this. Here's letter B. Mixed use zoning versus traditional zoning. Just make sure you know there's 3 types of zoning. Residential, where people live. Commercial, where there are businesses like McDonald's and jewelry stores. And then industrial would be like factories and other like industry related businesses. Okay. And here's letter C. Like, holy moly, you could have had all kinds of answers. Harrison went with decreased pollution, right? Which is like bullet point 4. But just skim through this, take a screenshot, all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to read through them because you don't like hearing teachers read off of a slide, even though there's a time and place for that. And I don't want to insult you because I know that you guys know how to read off of a slide. So do it. All right, so take a screenshot of that if you want. And same with this one. Make sure you know the criticisms of new urbanism. See this word placelessness down here, right? The suburbs also get accused of invoking feelings of placelessness, like everything looks the same. Some of the new urban communities look a lot like suburbs, just like an urban version of it, to where you don't have a lot of character. That's really like more common in urban zones and urban regions. Okay. So if you see any of these on here that you have no idea what they mean, put it in the chat for Harrison and his team to respond to, or come to Discord later. I know I've said that I feel like 50 million times, but I just want to remind you that we're going fast through a lot of this stuff. We're going through like the whole year, and we want to make sure that all your questions get answered, even if we have to stay up late tonight. So don't worry, don't panic. Just jot down stuff that you need extra support on. All right, come on, man. There's Joe Biden, our newly elected president. He says, I do not buy it for 1 second that the vitality of the American manufacturing is the thing of the past. He's saying that factories are alive and well in the U.S., even though a lot of them are shut down. So there's like some truth to what he's saying, but he's also a politician, right? And he wants people that work in factories or used to work in factories to believe that he's going to bring their jobs back. All politicians do that. So here we go. Fasten your seatbelts. I'll give you guys a little short break after we go through the content of these slides. And then before you know it, we're going to be done. So the big ideas for industry and development. Why does economic and social development happen at different times and rates in different places? Big one. Big idea number 2, how might environmental problems stemming from industrialization be remedied through sustainable development strategies? And then the last one, why has industrialization helped improve standards of living while also contributing to geographically uneven development? So as the world has become more industrialized, we have more people living in cities and more people making money, but we also have greater disparities in wealth, bigger gaps between some countries and some people living within countries. So we want to know why, right? Backstreet Boys, tell me why. All right, here we go. Fasten your seatbelts. I got notes here and I'm way behind on my notes. The Industrial Revolution. I put that it was made in the UK because literally the United Kingdom, England, was the hearth, was the origin, the starting point of the Industrial Revolution. And although this is not a history class, this is one of those portions of the class where you need to know a little bit of history. They expect you to know where the Industrial Revolution started and how it spread, right? The hearth and diffusion patterns. Just like Erica was talking about the religions earlier in the stream and languages, you got to know a little bit about where the dominant world religions started and where they spread to. Christianity didn't just magically appear throughout the entire world, with turning on some switch. There are reasons for those diffusion patterns, and they want you to know that. So the Industrial Revolution started in the United Kingdom. They had lots of resources, as it says in that first kind of little bullet point up there. They had lots of coal. They had water power. They had lots of labor. They had a strong banking system. They had a strong navy, military. And that's basically a quick summary of the historical reasons behind the Industrial Revolution starting in England, in the United Kingdom. Now, the second one says, as industrialization spread, remember, diffusion, it caused food supplies to increase and populations to grow. Think demographic transition model. If you remember back, on the first or second hour when Erica was talking about it, Britain was the first country, like European countries and the United States were the first countries to enter stage 2 of the demographic transition. And they were able to do that because of industrialization, because they were able to mass produce food. And when people have more food, they live longer, they eat healthier. People are more willing to bring little babies into the world if they have a lot of food or access to food, right? So that's when we see death rates drop, because people are eating more and they're eating healthier and they gain access to more medication. And that's all, at least it's partially as a result of industrialization. And the second part of that, it says it allowed workers to seek new industrial jobs in the cities and change class structures. Yeah, we talked about rural to urban migration earlier. That's what was happening here. This was like the first like massive wave of people leaving the countryside because their machines were doing the farm work for them and they were being put out of work, but they were finding better paying jobs in many cases in the dirty, nasty, crowded factories in urban areas. And then it spread eventually. So the last point here, it says investors in industry sought out more raw materials and new markets. And that's what you see here on the bottom left. It says a factor that contributed to the rise of colonialism and imperialism. You guys can relate to this. Whenever you get candy, you want more of it. Whenever you get one scoop of ice cream, you want more. When they got a little bit of industrialization, they wanted more. They needed more. They needed raw materials that could be extracted from the earth and then taken to the factories in the United Kingdom to make like finished factory goods out of. So you see in the bottom left here, you see a few white guys who don't look like they're doing a whole lot of work other than watching the persons of color do the work. And you can see differences in clothing, different cultures here, but there's some kind of like mining happening here. And again, they weren't going to like save these people and to support them. In most cases, they were going to exploit them for their raw materials and the markets to sell their goods. A few other things you should definitely know is on the next slide. All right, economic sectors. This is one that's, I think, really easy to understand, but because there's so many of them, it's troubling for students, especially like when we get to the tertiary sector. The first thing I want you to know about the economic sectors, make sure you know that this is like just yet another way to measure economic development in a country. There's a whole lot of ways. We're going to do that in the next slide to measure economic development. And when you look at like the types of jobs that dominate an economy, that's a way to to indicate like how wealthy, how prosperous, at least in an economic sense, that these countries are. So you got like the farmer shoes walking down the bottom middle picture there. That's the primary sector. Any job where you're extracting something from the earth, whether it's a crop or you're cutting trees down, and putting them into a mill, or you're extracting like minerals or diamonds from the earth. Those are primary sector activities. And countries that have mostly primary sector activities are the least developed in the world. The picture on the far left, you see a couple women. They're like in some kind of factory. You can see the machine to where they are rocking. Look at them. They got some like little conveyor belt there. These guys are kind of just watching in the background. Looks like they got the better job. It's typical, right? The women have to do the hard work. But the point is, this is the secondary sector, where you see industry start to dominate an economy. And countries that have most of their jobs concentrated in the secondary sector are those middle income, semi-periphery countries. And then you got the other three pictures, which are all part of the tertiary sector, also known as the service sector. Sorry, quick water break. You got the burger flipper guy there, right? That's a service job. It's a low wage, probably minimum wage service sector job, but it is a service. He didn't like kill that cow, out in the farm. That would be the primary sector. He didn't like process that beef in like the meat packing plant. That would be the secondary sector. He took probably a frozen patty of beef and he offered his services, which is a real low skill service. It doesn't matter though. He's making some money. Hopefully he washed his hands and he's not getting burned by the grease on the grill, but he's flipping that burger and then he's going to pass it on to his coworkers, and they're going to ask, would you like fries with that? Those are tertiary sector activities. And then you got, this is where it gets tricky. The last two pictures, you got White Goodman saying, "Let me hit you with some knowledge." One of my favorite lines of the movie Dodgeball. And this is the picture I chose, or the GIF I chose for quaternary. Remember, there's quaternary and quinary. So these are subgroups within the tertiary sector. But you have to know the differences, because the tertiary sector has gotten so big in developed countries that geographers and economists now refer to these different categories. So the quaternary sector are knowledge-based jobs, research and development. I always use the example of, I'm going to turn my camera off real quick. If you look at your hydro flask, because I know tons of you have hydro flask, a lot of these will say designed in Oregon or designed in the US, made in China. The design side of it, the design portion of it, is a quaternary job. That's research and development, research and product development, right? But then once the idea of the hydro flask has been identified and researched and developed, who makes these? Who actually makes the hydro flask itself? Factory workers in China or in some other country that would be considered semi-periphery. Remember, that's the secondary sector. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. And then you got Trump saying, "You're fired, you're fired, you're fired," because that's the quinary sector. The quinary sector are the highest level decision makers. And I put Trump because he was the president for a little while, which is like the top of the political hierarchy in our government. You could say like a Supreme Court justice would be another political example. A governor of a state would be another example. If you wanted to give a business example, you'd like the CEO. Like we have a CEO, like Amanda from Fiveable is a quinary sector. Even I mix these up. A quinary sector employee, because she calls the shots, right? Her and her team in Team Fiveable. So just make sure you have some examples. You could simply get an example on the AP exam where they just give you an example of a job and they just list these 5 choices, and those should be gimmies if those come up. But make sure you put some extra study time into knowing the difference between quaternary and quinary. All right, least cost theory. Got a whole lot going on here. It says labor, transportation, including shipping containers, the break-up bulk point, least cost theory, markets and resources influence the location of manufacturing, such as core, semi-periphery, and periphery locations. So what does that all mean? Why are factories where they are? That sums up that big paragraph there. I put this GIF because this shows a break-up bulk point. A break-up bulk is simply when bulk, and the bulk in this case are all those containers on that ship, and they got like clothes and electronics and frozen foods, all kinds of stuff that we buy are usually shipped in like the manner that you see on that GIF. Now, when they get to the port, you see those massive cranes. Those cranes actually take off those containers and they put them on a big rig. That's why you see so many like diesel trucks on the highway. But the transfer of that container from the large containerization ship to a large truck is a break-up bulk point. And factories have to consider where they locate based on these break-up bulk points, because people don't unload stuff for free. Every time you have to break bulk, you're paying somebody or something, if it's like a crane or a machine, to do that work for you. The bottom left picture is basically, if you can see it clearly enough, it says an American company, package and product designed in the US, made in China. Why do a lot of the jobs, like the hydro flask example and like this example, why do we have a lot of jobs that used to be in the United States relocating to like semi-developed or low-developed countries? Cheaper labor and relaxed environmental regulations. Those are the 2 big ones. This is where we get into that concept of the new international division of labor. This idea that these 3 types of jobs, primary, secondary, tertiary, they are spread out like in this globalized economy, and you can like align them to different development levels within countries. All right. The bottle here just represents bulk gaining. So least cost theory talks about like transportation costs, labor costs, and like agglomeration effects. And the transportation cost is what we get into when we talk about bulk gaining and bulk reducing. So you've probably heard of these terms, but just a couple of reminders, like why is beverage bottling considered a bulk gaining industry? It's because when you put water or soda or beer or any kind of fluid in those bottles, it's going to get heavier. If you've ever went to Costco and picked up like a 24 pack or a mega pack of energy drinks or bottles of water, it's not very light. If you dumped all that fluid out, it would be much lighter. So factories have to consider these things, these issues, when they decide where to locate the factory. So companies or businesses that are in bulk gating industries, they're going to locate their facilities closer to the market, closer to where they're going to sell the products, because that means they only have to transport these heavier products shorter distances. And then you have the picture on the bottom right, which is the opposite. It's bulk reducing. You can see the big trees in the background, and you can see some of the trees kind of cut up in the middle of the picture. And then what you see on the rest of the image is a mill, basically a place where all the wood that gets chopped down gets transported a very short distance. Like you can literally see the trees right next to the this manufacturing facility, because nobody wants to transport massively heavy logs across the country because you're going to pay a really heavy transportation fee. Okay. All right. So bulk reducing, because when you cut a tree down and then you make it into paper, the paper is lighter than that massive log when it was first cut down. Yeah. Another example of bulk reducing would be copper smelting. That's like one of the examples that's commonly referenced in textbooks. And then for like bulk gaining, I forgot to mention, like automobile assembly factories are a great example of bulk gaining, because you take different pieces of a car or a truck and you assemble them into a finished vehicle, which is super duper heavy at that point. So you want those cars close to the market, close to where people are going to buy the cars. All right. All right, we're doing good here. Let's keep rolling though. All right, measures of development. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this one. The main thing with GDP and GNP and GNI, they're all just different ways to measure a country's level of development. A country with high GDP is going to be highly developed. A country with high GNI is going to be highly developed. The one thing that I do want to expand on is this gender inequality index. A country with a high gender inequality index score, that's a bad thing. You do not want a high GII score, because that means you treat women like dirt. So some of the countries in South Asia and Southwest Asia are very restrictive towards women. Like when you talk about things like women's empowerment, like when you look at the amount of women serving in like the government, and how many women are in school, how many women are in the workforce, all of these things are like lower in countries that have high degrees of gender inequality. So what the AP test writers often do is they try to trick you, because Human Development Index is a measurement of like multiple different factors. But you have some countries in the world that are very strong economically, right? So they have high like GDP or high GNI, but they have really bad gender inequality scores. So you can have countries that are uber wealthy, but that treat women very poorly. And often I've seen a lot of multiple choice questions on like the secure exam that have questions that check your knowledge in that area. All right, continuing on the women and development example here. The main thing I want to point out here is that when you talk about the role of women changing as countries develop economically, if you're talking about less developed countries, this usually means like women are leaving their farms and going and working in low-paying factory jobs. Which is a major upgrade for them, even though it's still like really low pay. If you talk about more developed countries, you got kind of get like what we're talking about on this GIF right here. Girls just want to have equal pay, right? Girls just want to have fun as well, but they also want equal pay. So what we see here in a lot of developed countries, in the US and other countries that are highly developed, is women often don't have the same job opportunities and the same pay scale or the same like wage. And we don't have time to get into like an in-depth discussion, but often it's tied to like the culture and the expectations of women that have been built up. It's not that women aren't capable of doing good work. I mean, the founder of this company is a woman, and this company is incredible, right? I'm not kissing up, Amanda, but I think we all know this is a great thing we got going on here, and we're all proud of you. So the second thing that I want to point out is this concept of microloans or microfinance. Microloans are not only for women, but that most of the microloans are just small loans, teeny tiny loans, anywhere from like $50 to maybe $5,000. And they mainly go to help women in impoverished countries start a business or improve a small business. And they're really successful because they don't charge really high interest rates. Interest is just a fee that you have to pay on money that you borrow. And these loans have either zero or very low interest rates. So the women that take them out are able to go and generate some income, like you see in this picture, by like weaving baskets or making clothes or whatever they do, making their, increasing their production on their farm. And then they can pay their loan back and have some money left over. So this is kind of like an alternative way to help women develop economically that has been like encouraged by the United Nations and other organizations. All right, development theories. We only have we got 5 slides left, guys. Let's do it. Let's go. And then we'll have a few more practice questions and we're done. Eye of the tiger. Keep it going. Don't you go like sleeping on me. So this is Wallerstein's world systems theory. I separated these in 3 separate slides just because they're really important. This is where we get the concepts of core, semi-periphery, and periphery. The thing that I want you to make sure you know is that the core countries are the most wealthy, and the periphery countries are the least wealthy, the least prosperous. And then you have the countries in the middle, like China, India, Saudi Arabia. Some countries in Eastern Europe would be considered sort of semi-periphery. You see Brazil, Argentina. These are countries that have like lots of manufacturing. Mexico, right? And then a lot of trade is happening between the core and the semi-periphery. But what Wallerstein argued, he was kind of like a Debbie Downer, but he observed like the distribution of wealth in the world, and he noticed that the core countries are really like taking advantage of the semi-periphery and the periphery. And he argued that there's always going to be a core, a semi-periphery, and a periphery region, and that's bad, right? That periphery countries are being exploited by the core, and that's why they are still poor, right? And I don't have time to go over lots of specific examples, but if that doesn't make sense to you, jot that down on your list, and we'll talk about it more later. Then you have Rostow, right? And I got a picture of him right there. He's reading his own little economic theory book. He looked kind of happy. You got the Rostow's model of economic growth is like the opposite of Wallerstein's theory. Rostow said that all countries can develop kind of like in this linear model. And that's why I put these examples kind of diagonally going up and to the right. So you should know the names of these 5 stages, and I didn't put them on there because I want you to write them out. So stage 1 is the traditional society. And this is where like the dominant economic activity is farming, as you can see them using their little like homemade farm tools there. Not a lot of economic wealth. This is like a lot of countries in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. And then the second stage is preconditions to take off. You can see like this is when a country starts to develop some infrastructure. You see the bridge being built there. You might have some factory work starting to develop, right? It's the preconditions to take off, right? So the country's on the way to like blowing up in an industrial sense, but they need to keep this going to continue to prosper. So this is when we're starting to see more slowly but surely rural to urban migration. And then if that happens enough over time, we get to the third picture where a country is just full blown dominated by industrialization. And most of their jobs are in the secondary sector. You can see the ladies there and the guy in the background looks like a supervisor working on the, this is like a textile factory where they're using sewing machines to make the clothes that we wear in many cases. Now, what happens after this one, women start to stay in school for longer, right? Because they got jobs now. So they're not getting married when they're like 12. And they like money and they like independence. And they want to, and then they might like go to school, or they might pay for their children to go to school. And then as that happens more over time, the fourth stage, where you see this like little robotic arm, is called the drive to maturity. That means the economy is literally like driving to maturity. It's becoming more mature. The industrialization is becoming more advanced. More women are using birth control, right? More women are staying in school. Birth rates are starting to decline because of what I've already mentioned. And then if that continues to happen, Risto says that then you reach what he calls the age of mass consumption. This is where people have like stuffitis. We just love to buy stuff that we don't even need. I do it all the time. I already showed you that like fancy spicy peach jam that I bought earlier in my fancy water bottle. I don't need those things, but we want them, and we have the money to buy them. Black Friday, right? I don't know if any of you yahoos like to go out on Black Friday, but that's dangerous in my opinion. But Risto says that every country can do this if you just do X, Y, and Z. Wallerstein would say no, because the countries that are in that last stage, the age of mass consumption, they're taking advantage and exploiting the labor and exploiting the resources for the people down in the first and second stage, and they're never going to get out. And then we have commodity dependence. This map simply shows you the countries that have a high level of dependence on one or a small number of commodities. And when I say commodities, I'm talking like usually like agricultural commodities. Look at Africa. 80 to 100% of some of these economies are dominated by like one or a small number of commodities. That's not good. That's like putting all your eggs in one basket. If you have if your country's economy is dominated by like coffee bean plantations, and that's like the bulk of the money that gets generated in your country, and you have a bad crop or a war breaks out and the plantations get destroyed, you guys are in a lot of trouble. That country is going to be in trouble because they don't have any other economic assets to like trade on this globalized marketplace. So it's bad. You never want to put all your eggs in one basket, like on your personal finance, situation. But if you're ever a leader of a country, make sure that you diversify your commodities and your assets. All right, 3 more slides, guys. Here we go. Keep it going. All right, trade in the world economy. It says complementarity and comparative advantage establish the basis for trade. My kids are going to laugh right now because I always talk about Costco's organic dried mangoes. I eat these things like candy. I don't buy them anymore because I'll eat them like in 3 days. They're produced in Mexico and then sold primarily in the United States. And they are not cheap because they're organic. They don't have a bunch of sugar added. But my point is, only some parts of the world can grow mangoes the way that Mexico can and the way that like the Philippines can. And so they have a comparative advantage to countries like the United States because we don't have the climate to grow those types of crops at a large scale. And you got people like Mr. Mayfield and other people, other mango lovers that will buy these over and over and over again, even if the price increases. That's a comparative advantage. Like countries in the Middle East, they have a comparative advantage because of the oil that they can drill for. I think Venezuela and there's some other countries that have oil, but it's primarily clustered quite a bit in Southwest Asia. And then you got this concept of neoliberalism. If you don't know what neoliberalism is, it basically is like a policy that promotes free trade, free markets, fewer regulations. All right. So, and then it gives you a bunch of examples. So I put Brexit, right? Because Britain is exiting the European Union. Not everybody wants to engage in free trade because you have to give up sovereignty. You have to give up some of your own power and control. And who wants to do that? So the British, some of them at least voted to leave the European Union and not engage, at least not directly, in this like supranational trade agreement with other European countries. But then you have this map. It shows which countries have the most trade agreements. And hopefully you notice, because the dark blue and the lighter blue, you notice that the countries that have the most trade agreements, the countries that are engaging in neoliberal policies, are the core and semi-periphery countries. Look at the US, look at Canada, look at almost all of South America, look at Western Europe and Northern Europe, even India and China, Japan, South Korea, Australia. Make sure you have some of these countries in mind that you can reference like Harrison did on one of his previous FRQs. Okay. All right, let's keep rolling. We're almost there. All right, I'm not going to read all these, but I will go over all these images. The first one on the bottom left, these guys high-fiving each other, that represents outsourcing. Because a lot of jobs that used to be clustered in the core have been relocated or outsourced to countries in the semi-periphery or even the periphery. Why? Because you can make because companies in the United States or in other developed countries can make a lot of money on cheap labor in LDCs. And even if it's a telephone operator, some countries don't have minimum wage laws, so you can outsource those jobs there. Now, why is that a bad thing? This is bad for a lot of people living in the core, because if your job gets outsourced, you got to find a new one. And a lot of factory jobs in the United States and other developed countries have been outsourced, have been relocated to Mexico, to China, to other semi-periphery countries. And so you got guys and gals that were working in like factory jobs in like the Midwest and the Rust Belt region, kind of like that northeastern section of our country, making like $30, $40, $50 an hour in their factory job. And it's gone all of a sudden. And outsourcing is partly to blame. And then you got a picture of Silicon Valley, 2 pictures. This represents a growth pole. A growth pole is just like an area where explosive economic growth is happening. And I want you to tie in the concept of agglomeration. Agglomeration is essentially the clustering of something. And as you can see in this picture in the middle, you have a lot of tech companies that are clustering in one little teeny tiny region. If you look at that map on the upper right, look at Silicon Valley. It's not that large of a space, but you have tons of companies. So why are they there? Again, going back to like the why of where. Why do tech companies cluster or agglomerate in Silicon Valley? Well, you got all kinds of capital investments. You got big time banks that are willing to like invest in these companies. You got a lot of smart people coming out of like universities like Stanford and UC Berkeley. So you have a like plentiful labor supply all the time that are just right down the road. And then the bottom right, you got a picture of what I would consider post-Fordism. Post-Fordism is when we've gone away from having lots of people do like highly repetitive tasks, like low-skilled tasks over and over and over and over again. And we're replacing those people with robots and machines, to where we're starting to see like, and this is mainly in more developed countries, we're starting to see factories that are more like that are operated far more by like robots and computer systems than by humans themselves. That would be considered post-Fordism. Whoop, whoop. Last slide, and then we're going to do a few more check for understanding, and then we'll be Dunsky. Sustainable development. Because of all the crap that comes out of urbanization, all the problems that have been caused by urbanization, pollution, as you can see in the background, just mass consumption, natural resource depletion, there have been responses by the global community and by like the national scale to try to like fix some of these problems. Ecotourism is one of them. Now, ecotourism, as you can see in the bottom right, you got this happy, probably like American tourist with his kind of geeky khakis on, but he's having a good time. I wear geeky khakis too, so that's a compliment. Ecotourism is tourism that like generates money for usually a less developed country, like Costa Rica is really into this, while preserving the like natural habitats of animals, like preserving the biodiversity by like not destroying, not clearing trees to like build like a new Disneyland. So they like countries that practice ecotourism, they want people to engage in like nature without destroying the natural environment. And if you've ever been to like a national park, like in the US, you've been to Yosemite or Yellowstone or any national park, those are all like examples of ecotourism as well. But you'd want to know like that it's primarily used as a developmental tool for periphery and semi-periphery countries. And then you got the Sustainable Development Goals that were developed by the United Nations. And you can see them flashing: life below water, life on land, peace, justice, partnership, no poverty, no hunger. So these are all like goals that the United Nations came up with. Remember, the United Nations is a big group of countries throughout the world that are trying to like prevent wars. And one way you do that is by helping countries develop, because people are less angry when their quality of life increases. So you won't need to know all those goals, but you should know a couple and be able to like briefly describe them. All right, here we go. The last set of questions. You can take a break right now, or we'll just kind of maybe take a break while we do the questions. And I'm going to put on another one of my favorite songs. So here we go. Boom. Who doesn't like this song, right? If the song annoys you, mute me. All right, we got 130 something. Maybe this was a tough question, or maybe some of you are like slowly fading away. I hope not. Here's the answer. I'll pause the song here. Boom, most of you got it. Core periphery models are generally based on the idea that sharp spatial contrast in social and economic development exist between economic heartlands and outlying subordinate areas. I'm not going to go over these too much because we're running out of time. Here's the next one. This should be easy. I just talked about this one. All right. Yes. I'm not even going to talk about it. Agglomeration. All right, we got 150 something in. Let's see it. I'm going to pause the song. We might have to talk about this one. All right, so the answers were a little more varied here. Let's talk about this one briefly. Contemporary manufacturing is characterized by production facilities that are generally located as close as possible to the sites of raw material production. That's not the correct answer. I'm sorry. Correct answer is spatial disaggregation of the production process. So all this means is that when we look at like a global map, like we're doing spatial analysis, the jobs have been disaggregated. They've been spread out throughout the world to where jobs that used to be like T-shirts that used to be made in American factories have now been relocated to China or India or Bangladesh. That's the disaggregation we're talking about. And why? Cheap labor, relaxed environmental laws, and you got to know this is like the new international division of labor that you'll have to be able to explain. All right, I stumped you guys. That was the first one that was tough, I think. All right, one more. All right, here we go. All right, so I guess that was a little too easy, maybe. You guys got it? If in my class, when they're this good, I'm not going to waste time talking about it, and we don't have time. We are going to go over a few minutes early. I mean, a few minutes late, but I hope you guys are okay with that. Just real quick, what do you guys think on this one? I got 6 answers. That's enough for me. Ooh, most people are unemployed, or many people work in the informal sector. And the answer is many people work in the informal sector. So the formal sector of the economy simply means that people are working in jobs that get taxed by the government. Those are legal jobs. But in LDCs, especially in large urban areas, you have a lot of people working like on street markets, and they're like selling goods and sometimes like agricultural products that are not taxed. This is the informal sector of the economy. But there's still money being exchanged. Money and goods are being exchanged, so it's something that geographers like to consider and look at. Oh, one more. I lied. I'll just spend about 30 seconds on this one, so take your best guess. All right. Boom. You guys, that was an easy one. Let's move on. All right. Real quick. We'll blow through this very quickly. So we're describing one way in which the roles of women in the paid labor force of developed countries change as a result of the transition to a post-industrial economy. What I'm going to do, since we're a little strapped on time, is I'm just going to put the answers up. So there's Harrison's answer. I'm sorry, Harrison, I'm not going to read through this one. I already read it, though. It's amazing. And you guys can pause and look at it later. You can pause and look at that later. You can pause and look at that later. And here's the one that we were responding to. Sorry that I had to rush. And then there's letter D. Okay? And like always, if you pause this later or taking notes, feel free to ask me questions afterwards. All right, so we got our last few slides, and definitely some stuff I want to show you, so do not check out yet. Harrison put together a do's and don't list. So he said, do get a good night's rest tonight. I already told you that, so we think alike, Harrison. Do write or guess something on every multiple choice or FRQ. This always reminds me of the Michael Scott quote. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, which actually was the Wayne Gretzky quote that Michael Scott basically stole. Do ask any final questions for tonight on Discord. Yes, Discord. Don't try to cram the material an hour before the exam. Don't try to cram the material 12 hours before the exam. You don't know it at this point. You're just gonna like overwork your brain and just do your best. Don't freak out if you don't know the answer to a question. Yeah, skip it and go back to it. Don't stress out about the exam. You're already studying to succeed here with Fiveable. Yeah, you're a winner. Right? This isn't like just a self-esteem boost, like some empty self-esteem boost. You are here. If you're hearing me, you're like way above most students that are just like sitting on the couch right now saying, this is the year of COVID. I can't, little guy can't get ahead. No, you're being intentional. And, we love that. And we're proud of you. And I'm sure your teachers are as well. Don't spend more than 3 minutes on any single question. And I would even say, don't spend more than 1 minute at least looking at any single question. If you can't answer it within a minute or so, put a mark by it and go back to it later. Very good advice, Harrison. Remember, guys, this is just a test. Some of you think that this is an emergency that's going to define your life. And if you fail, you're going to let your teacher down. You're going to let your parents down. It's not going to define who you are. I really mean that. I didn't take any AP classes when I was in high school. I wish I did, but I didn't do it because I didn't think I was an AP student. But you know what? You guys are, and you're here, and we want to encourage you. And this is an empty encouragement. We want you to win. It's about winning on this exam. It's about passing, but it's not everything. Winning simply isn't everything. Just do your best and leave it all in the testing room tomorrow. Or if you're taking the test online, leave it all on your keyboard or whatever. One more thing. I put together with Erica, we gathered like some resources that you can use. Now, if you're taking the test tomorrow, do not cram on these resources. This is stuff for like kids that have 1, 2, 3 more weeks or longer if they're taking like the second or third test date. So if you scan this code, it'll take you to this. And it's basically just a Wakelet collection, and it's got some helpful resources. Some of them are from Fiveable, like the survival pack that you should have all got in your email, the CRAM chart from Harrison. I put together a 40-question quizzes with some of the questions from today, but also some from Erica's earlier units. This is the link to the College Board video review sessions, if you haven't watched any of those yet. This is an amazing student-made mega review packet by Allison Martin Cecil. She's like one of the big shots in the APHUG world, and she always shares this online. Mr. Sin put out a really cool video collection. Again, if you have time over the next few weeks, supplement it. You should be like on Fiveable like every day, but maybe supplement it with one or more of these resources. This is a website from a teacher that has tons of resources. And there's her name, giving her credit. Here's the chief reader. I watched this the other day and I thought it was really solid. Basically, they talk about common questions and answers that students have. And it's really good, I think, for freshmen to watch because you guys haven't taken this exam before if you're a freshman. You got some FRQ master list. This is incredible if you need to practice the FRQs. And then the course and exam description down yonder. So check that out. We don't have time. I literally was going to have you guys take a quiz, but this was like kind of a filler activity. That's why it says to be determined. And we just determined we're not doing it. All right, last slide. We're only 2 minutes late. Woo! I will not be on Discord until probably around 8 o'clock. But I'm going to go on Discord starting at 8 o'clock because I have a meeting at 7:15. And if you want to hop on for a couple hours, I know that if you're out in the Eastern time zone, that's pretty late. But if you got questions that cannot wait, hop on Discord later and we can chat it up. All right. Thank you so much, guys. This has been an honor working with Erica and the Team Fiveable and Harrison and all the TAs. And I'm just so happy that you made this. I'm going to turn my screen off so I can actually see you. Yeah, so value-added agriculture. So go add some value in your life by doing your best on the AP exam. Great job, guys. That's it. Good luck.